The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My names are Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the third East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My names are Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the third East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My names are Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the third East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the third East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the third East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Miss Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Miss Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African Community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African Community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My names are Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence.
I will be one of your summit facilitators. I am a policy analyst who focuses strongly on policy communications design. That is how different people understand different policies that exist within our various jurisdictions, heavily specializing in unpacking them and mobilizing people for public participation around implementation issues. Thank you, and I'll invite my fellow facilitator to give a quick intro for himself.
Good morning. Not used to this energy level, and you're in Nairobi. Nairobi, we are more famous for being very vocal. We can start riots and demonstrations at any time, and we say whatever we want in whatever fashion we want. So welcome to Nairobi, the hub of Africa, the capital of Africa. I go back again. Good morning. Thank you. Wasuze Otia, the Ugandans. Where are the Ugandans in the room? Burundi, my in-laws, good morning. The Somalis, I saw a contingent from Somalia. Subaks, Wanadsen. Where are the Somalis? Shukran. The Tanzanians, watu wa mama. Habari zenyu? Mko salama? The Burundi contingent, this, DRC Congo, bonjour. Ça va? Bienvenue. Who did I forget? Rwanda. My apologies. Amahoro. You're good? Welcome. Thank you very much. So my name is Ogada. I'm a Kenyan by voice, you can tell. And welcome to Nairobi. Do I need to say what I do? This is my sister. She has spoken about what she does. I'm a practicing lawyer here, and I teach. So welcome. We hope we are going to have a fruitful 3 days. And again, since you're in Kenya, we need energy. Here we speak, and we are always full of energy. So without further ado, welcome. I'm told the South Sudanese, I'm going to be in trouble. Where are my relatives from South Sudan? Welcome. Thank you. No, you are not South Sudanese. We can tell. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. I think it's been great to see that countries are very well represented in the summit we're going to have today. So before we ground the room, we're going to do a quick pulse check in the room and hear some of your voices. I can see my fellow colleagues there at the back. And this is the part where we all get a chance to speak about how we are feeling today, what are our expectations from the summit. Maybe we can pick 2 voices from this side, 2 from the middle, and 2 from that end. So where do we begin? Can I see the hands in the room? Is there anyone who wants to tell us how they're feeling about the summit? Ama we pick at random. The person who looks like they're smiling the most and the person who looks like they're not speaking the most will pick randomly. I can see a lady here in black and white. It would be great to hear your voice this morning as we begin. The mic is coming right there.
She tells us where she's coming from.
Yes. Please tell us where you're coming from before you move on to expectations from the summit.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Naomi Wambui Njuguna. I'm from the University of Nairobi. I'm a student of the social sciences, specifically economics and political science. So I'm very excited because these are the things we discuss in class. So it's exciting to see it in real time. Thank you.
Okay. Academia is very well represented. We can see that. Round of applause. I can see another hand here, a lady in blue. No hands in the middle and this other side. There's one right there at the back. So we'll begin with the lady in blue. Sorry, behind. Sorry. I should have said a darker blue.
Good morning. I'm Violet Ayubu from Tanzania. I am the CEO of Vision for Youth and the president of the East Africa Network. I'm feeling grateful and inspired today, and I'm expecting to have a meaningful and engaging dialogue for these 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gender balance. There's a man here.
There's a hand here, but you can proceed. It's okay as we pick. The next hand is right here. I hope you can see that in the middle.
A very good morning to you all. Sorry, I have a bit of flu, but my name is Jamida Namuyanja, and I work with the East African County and Local Governments Association. Very happy to be in the room today, dialogue and interact with all the civil society organizations here and all the partners, and ensure that local governments are represented this time around. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah Leah Diana from Uganda. I'm from the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, and I'm excited to hear how diversity and inclusion is being integrated in all the programming. Thank you.
Now, before we do the next round, I am not still impressed by the energy level. So this is how we clap. We're going to do it the Kenyan way. How many remember Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi? He was Kenya's president. Back then, we used to have some order. When he says run, you run. When he says clap, you clap. So this is how we used to clap during Moi's day. I know my brother, elder brother Morris, is not happy about the name Moi, but please forgive me. So this is how we are going to do it. Moja, mbili, tatu. That is how we are going to clap unless instructed otherwise. Now, the alternative is this. Every hand up, the hands up, the hands up, one, okay? That's when we want to keep it brief. Again, let's go. One. Let's do the Moi one again. Moja, mbili, tatu. My friends from the West are getting tired, but welcome to Africa. I saw some hands up. There's a brother here.
Good morning, each and everyone.
Yes.
You're most welcome. My name is Engineer Gumisiriza Ezra. I'm a civil engineer by practice and by training, and I also love the Lord as my personal Lord and Savior. Okay. That is important. I'm glad to be here, and the fact that we have different trades represented from different countries. I think as we look at integration of borders, it's beyond borders, but now actualized in professions, in societies, and the different policies that we are looking at. And so I hope that by the time we are done here, it's not just about policies and discussions, but also at the level of networking and indeed having a seamless border. Thank you. Okay.
My brother, you're from Uganda?
Yes, from Uganda.
In Uganda, we had something. When you say that you love the Lord, in Uganda, we had something very interesting the other day. There's somebody who's God, somebody called the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I hope, by the Lord you mean the Lord Jesus, eh? Not the other one, eh? Okay. Ugandans can be interesting. There's a hand somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, colleague.
Uh-huh.
My name is James Wegg. I am a development practitioner. I come from South Sudan. I stood up so that you left my country at the last. So I wanted to make it clear and tell my sister complain. I work for Touch as a program manager, and I am very excited. It seems I am the youngest here. I will represent both the voice of young people in this platform and then the institution that I work for. So very excited to be here. It is my first time, not the first time for the organizations. I'm excited. As we move forward, I will be interested to participate in a meaningful participations to ensure that the voice of young people is included in the platform. Thank you.
Okay. There's another hand up behind.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Scholastica Lucas. I am coming from Tanzania. I'm working with GIZ as advisor for health governance. I am so excited to be here. I'm looking forward to learn from other organizations working with people with disability, as my project is phasing out, but the coming phase is also having a component for intervention for people living with a disability. So I'm here for learning and just exchange ideas and implementation strategies for me to input it to my future project implementation. So I'm so excited to be here and meet everyone from different countries. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. My name is Francis Kerr. I'm from African Alliance for Health Research Economic Development. I'm also a human rights defender. I'm from Kenya. The reason I'm in this meeting, I have a zeal for civil society. In fact, in Kenya, I think we are going to learn a lot here so that we can implement them to our counties. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Shukran. Did I see a hand here? Yes, sir.
Mjambo.
Hatujambo.
Okay, nirumie kidogo na Swahili yetu ya Kongo. Mimi jina langu Tufina Tabu. Na kukazi yetu ya society civile wananiita kiboko ya wanyanyasi. Fimbo. Na piga asante sana. Ni ya mara ya kwanza na uzuria. Na ninafurahi sana kwa kukutana sisi wote pamoja. Warundi, Wakongomani, wa Kenya, wa Tanzania na wengine wote. Nina mengi nitasumulia pamoja na nyinyi kwa kubadili mafikiri yetu kwa sisi wote. Asante.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, patron. Asante sana. Naona mkono pale umeashiriwa pale. Wacha tuanze na huyu bwana wa katikati. Sawa. Tuanze na huyu wa katikati kisha tuende pale pembeni.
Subah Wanaksan. Good morning. I am called Abikar Hussein. I'm the Programs Director of Disability Aid Foundation based in Somalia. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to amplifying the voices of persons with disabilities and ensuring meaningful participation of persons with disabilities with the regional integration process. Thank you.
Asante sana. Welcome. Somalia. Somalia is the latest member of the East African community. Thank you.
My name is James Birindo Makanda. I'm Congolese by nationality. I work with Africa to Africa mediation. And as we have personal disabilities, I want to recommend, I don't know if we are able to provide sign language translator, because it's an international meeting. That is one of my observations. I can find we have a gap for sign language translator. My recommendation also, I want to know the objective, the strategic plan of our objective meeting. so that we can know where to come in and how we can do our contribution. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, mon frère. Merci. Is somebody...
Yeah. Good morning. I'm from Horn of Africa, Borderland Civil Society Organizations. We are here to learn so that we are able to remove these borders, from borders to bridges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Here.
Good morning. I'm Frederick Msigala from Tanzania. I work as a program manager, advocacy and disability inclusion. I'm here to amplify the voices of people with disabilities and to ensure how people with disabilities are mainstreamed in our programs as civil society organizations. Thanks.
Thank you. The last one here.
Yes. Yes, good morning, members, and hamjambo.
Jambo.
Hamjambo tena.
Jambo.
Yes, my name is Douglas Wanja, and karibuni kwetu sana ndugu zetu wa Afrika Mashariki. I stand here, I represent 3 people in one. First of all, I represent the University of Nairobi, and at the University of Nairobi we have an institute there called Institute for Development Studies, and also the institute also is the one that hosts the Afrobarometer framework for the entire East African region. And the reason I'm also here is because I've also closely been working with the civil society organizations for the last 3 or so years in collaboration with the African Union. That's why I'm so excited to see ECOSOC represented here, because they have been our worthy partners. And what we have been doing, members of the civil society, is to ensure that you also use evidence in your work, because you cannot be saying everything is high, low, unhappy. So the Afrobarometer framework has been collecting data on the voices of the African citizens 25 years now, since 1999. And then we thought that, how can we work closely with the African citizens? We only thought that that could be possible through the civil society side. And that's why we have been building capacity for many civil society organizations in West Africa, South Africa, and here in East Africa to use data in their work. And that's why we have represented here. So Afrobarometer is going to be a big resource for this convention, to ensure that all of us can be able to use evidence in our work, and to ensure that we can be heard through data, especially from the Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer does service for the last 25 years. Now we are doing 42 African countries this year on the quality of democracy, governance in the African citizen. That data you cannot ignore, members of the civil society. I look forward to engaging with most of you and to be able to know how we can support you best to use evidence in your work. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will continue the conversation at some point, certainly due to constraints of time. Thank you very much. May I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Sarah Birete. Daktari, welcome. Karibu. We are going to do the anthems. Are we ready? The anthems, and we're going to start with, of course, the anthem of the host country, Kenya. We do next the East African Community Anthem, then the African Union Anthem. So let's be up and standing for the Kenya National Anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde jumuiya tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. We may have our seats. The last beat on the African Union, I didn't know we have an African Union anthem, but we go by what they told us. It sounded more like Beethoven, but it's okay. I take it that is the African Union anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's session. Yes. I'm told we have some Kenyan traditional dances. Wako wapi? We are ready? Okay. Now that you're in Nairobi, when these dancers come in, please rise and dance. Tuko pamoja? Aya, we are ready for you. A hand of applause, the dancers. Those were not my instructions. When we say we clap the Moi way. Moja! mbili, tatu. That was a warm up. So let's do it my way. Moja. Somebody's not clapping, but we'll forgive him for now. Are you ready? Muko pamoja, mko tayari? Ever ready? Haya, ulingo ni wenyu.
kanyo kanyo. Hey. Adhiambo na timango adhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timango adhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timango adhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timango adhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo lolo adhiambo na timana adhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timango adhiambo nyalolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo nyolo adhiambo na timana tadhiambo nyolo lelo kubikwata lelo kubikwata ajali lelo kubikwata nenges lelo kubikwata lelo kubikwata ajali lelo kubikwata nenges lelo kubikwata lelo kubikwata ajali lelo kubikwata nenges baita baduni ingombe ya pamwene inarata mielo ajali lelo kubikwata nenges lelo kubikwata baita baduni ingombe ya pamwene inarata mielo lelo kubikwata baita basebe ingombe ya pemwene inareta mielo
ndore kubikwata nengeso
lolo kubikwata ajali lolo kubikwata nengeso baita baduni ingombe ya pemwene inareta mielo
ndore kubikwata nengeso
lolo kubikwata
ndore kubikwata nengeso
baita baduni ingombe ya pemwene inareta mielo
ndore kubikwata nengeso
lolo kubikwata
ndore kubikwata nengeso
baita basebe ingombe ya pemwene inareta mielo
ndore kubikwata nengeso
lolo kubikwata
ndore kubikwata nengeso ndore kubikwata nengeso
baita basebe ingombe ya pemwene inareta mielo lolo kubikwata ajali lolo kubikwata nenges baita baduni ingombe ya pemwene inareta mielo lolo kubikwata nenges baita basebe ingombe ya pemwene inareta mielo lolo kubikwata Ladies and gentlemen, I told you you're in Nairobi, Kenya. Huh? How do we clap in Nairobi, Kenya? Yeah, you're getting the drift. Now, kuna makosa ilifanyika mahali kidogo. There's a slight mistake that happened. We were made to rise up for the EU anthem,
but we are in Al-Qublin in Africa. So the anthem that should have been played was the African Union. My apologies. These things do happen. These things do happen. I believe now we have the correct anthem. My brother, we are okay? May I humbly again ask us to respect the continent and to respect ourselves as Africans. Let's do it properly, the African Union anthem.
Tushereke pamoja ushindi kwa ukombozi wetu, tujitoe wenyewe, tusimame pamoja kulinda uhuru na umoja wetu. Enyi Bwana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Tuungane sote tuimbe pamoja, kuenzi shikamano hatima yetu. Tujitoe wenyewe kupambana pamoja, uhuru na umoja vitawale. Enyi Bwana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Tuungane sote na tujibidishe kutoa kilicho bora kwa Afrika, chimbuko la wanadamu, chemchemi ya utamaduni, tumaini letu wakati wa mafarakano. Enyi Bwana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Tuungane sote na tushereke pamoja ushindi kwa ukombozi wetu, tujitoe wenyewe, tusimame pamoja.
Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Let's clap for ourselves as Africans. Moja, mbili. Yes, we are always proud to be Africa. Africa is our motherland and Africa is our business. Now, I know some of you came in while we were trying to settle. It's usually the African thing to say hi to your next neighbor. So very quickly, in about a minute, say hi to the person next to you. Get to know the name, where they're from. Please.
What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm from here. Very quickly, say hi. If you can turn to your back. It's usually an African thing to say hello. Thank you very much. I now hand over to my sister Lurit to take us through the next phase.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you a minute. You can see that the networking has already begun. I can see people already moving around the room and trying to get to know their neighbor. It's very wonderful to be convened here today for the East African Civil Society Summit 2025, which will be running under the theme Harnessing EAC Citizens' Potential and Participation in Regional Integration Processes, and under the sub-theme Innovating for Regional Integration, Advancing Governance, Economic Growth, and Social Inclusion in the Digital Age. At the beginning when we started, we just did a quick pulse check to see who's represented in the room and to also hear what your expectations are for this discussion. There's so many things that were coming up, all the way from cross-border integration, regional integration, you could hear networking, you could hear learning, you could hear the interest that's moving around. But what's even better is that there's some kind of unison in how we want to go about regional integration. Whether the voices were from Kenya, from Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, DRC, whichever it is, you had the idea of integration being very important to this conversation. So as we convene today, we'll be having a very interesting program as we keep having discussions through the day. And I know my session co-facilitator, Mr. Evans, will also be taking a segment within this entire program to tell us a few grounding ideas. So before I invite Evans to come back and charge us up for why we're really here today and then invite the next set of the program, I want to invite a colleague from Movenpick to just give us a bit of grounding about particulars of the day in terms of security, in terms of housekeeping, and any other elements you may need, then I'll come back. Thanks. You've forgotten the round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Good morning once again. By my name, I'm Zamzu Julius, Security, Movenpick Hotel and Residence. On behalf of the hotel, I do welcome you this facility and feel most welcome. I'll take you through our security brief, which is a norm for before any start of event in this facility. First and foremost, the hotel has got advanced security system, whereby if fire is detected in any place in the facility, there will be a fire alarm sent to our control room showing real time of the location of the event. So you will be required, if it is real fire, you will be required to follow the steps, provided there will be sounders showing direction of what to do. You will be requested to follow the exit position. From this room, we have got exit there, and we have another exit there. On the other side, it will all lead you to the fire assembly point just next to Mkungu Close. We don't have any fire drill planned for today, so in case we hear one, we do treat it as real fire. You will be assisted by our fire marshals and first aiders where necessary. The hotel has got a clinic for the minors. You'll be attended for the minor illness, and for the major illness, will be advised to go to Mata Hospital in Western Squares or 5 minutes drive to Episha, where you will be attended. The hotel is fully manned by the tourist police unit from Mkungu Gate to Maua Gate. We have got tourist police unit and regular patrol of the Antera police unit. We usually come and log into our occurrence book about every 7 hours, each a day. You are required to take care of your belongings, and if you are given the badges, do put them on for each recognition. And if you feel in your midst you have got any suspicious character, do report for an action to be taken. For the housekeeping, we have washrooms on my left, both gents and ladies. And for the disabled washroom, we have it on the 2nd floor. For the Muslim brothers and sisters, we have got prayer room on the 2nd floor. Once you land on the 2nd floor, you can either use, there's a lift, the elevator on my left, or the elevator just in the reception area. It will lead you to 2nd floor. You cross other side of the pool, you will get a prayer room there. Otherwise, I wish you good luck today. Thank you. Any question? Silent means none. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. That's not how we decided the round of applause is going to go. So one more time. Apana. Even when Evans amewafunza. Is that how Evans taught us to clap? One more time. Great. That's more like it. Now, Evans, I want to invite you for the second segment of the program that we're having today. Please ground us and take us through the next segment.
Thank you very much, Lurit. And we now start laying down the protocol. The representative of the Permanent Secretary Ministry of East Africa Cooperation, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of East Africa Cooperation, Burundi, the Chairperson of IACSO, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning. Habari zenyu. Watanzania wananiambia ni habari zenu, sio zenyu. Wasuzaotia. Wasuzaotia. Bulunji nyo. Subax, Wanagassen. Shukran. Bonjour à tous. Thank you. Now, we are gathered here, and this year's summit is themed as digital transformation and data-driven advocacy. We are going to be looking at matters data, how data impacts on the work of civil society, and how it drives the future for civil society work in the region. We have gathered here a number of speakers who will be going through this particular theme in accordance to the allocated topics. And I'll urge us to listen to the keynote speaker today. I know he's going to set the theme straight for us in terms of the conversation that will be guiding us today. Now, before we head to the rest of the program, somebody might be here for the first time and asking us what IACSO is all about. Just a minute as I read to us what we are about as an organization. So, the East Africa Civil Society Organization Forum, IASCOF, is pleased to welcome you to the East African Civil Society Summit 2025. IACSOF is the umbrella organization for civil society organizations within the region. Now, this summit will convene about 400 representatives from civil society within the region. It will also bring on the table East Africa institutions and organizations, partner states, academia, development partners, media, and private organizations, private sector organizations within the region. This summit provides a unifying platform for citizens and stakeholders to amplify voices, knowledge, and shape policies that advance regional integration. Ladies and gentlemen, that having been said, and owing to the fact that time is well spent, allow me to now welcome Mr. Maurice Odhiambo, the IACSOF Kenya chapter chair, to give us the welcoming remarks and to invite us to his country. Makofi kwa mwalimu Maurice Odhiambo. Now this one I'm not going to let slide. How are we supposed to be clapping? Moja? No, we have to do it the right way. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hamujambo. Good morning. Sava? That's the only other language I can talk, unless we invite the Luo. Udhimaber. Udhinade. Okay, thank you very much, and I like the energies in the room. Bwana MC, thank you for keeping us energized. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here this morning, and I want to take this opportunity to say a few things. I know I was told that I should welcome you to Nairobi, or to Kenya, but having given this a lot of thought, I decided that I'm not going to do that because it is redundant, it is superfluous. I don't think there's any value to welcoming Africans to Africa. I find that redundant, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to say a few things that could either make you happy or make you unhappy. Maurice Odhiambo is my name. I teach international relations at the University of Nairobi on a part-time basis. Douglas is my colleague. We are neighbors at Department of Diplomacy and Institute of Development Studies. And there are many, many colleagues here, people I've worked with for many years. I'm happy that the protocols have been done, but my colleagues from the IACS of leadership with whom we have worked for many years, I'm also happy to see David Onen, whom we have traveled a long journey together in this region. He's from political affairs and so on. And I think that's the extent to which I can do protocols as a scholar and as an activist. That's not quite my pot of tea. But my research interests actually in regional integration, and particularly what we call participatory regionalism. That basically just means what the East African Community Treaty says, people-centered regionalism. Now, there are things that are bringing us together in this continent, and there are things that are pulling us apart. And from my research, from my observations, from everything that I've encountered in my line of academic work, in Pan-Africanism, regional integration, and security, the three things that I think are of primary importance to the African people in the year 2025, I have seen what the push and pull is all about. And because politics is defined by interests, we must all be aware that even as we are in this summit, there are different interests at play. And this is why I thought today the motto should be that we are here to speak truth to ourselves, and we are here to speak truth to power. I know that the Constitution of Kenya says all sovereign power belongs to the people, and I think that cuts across the board. Whether your Constitution says it or not, you have the constitutive power. You are before the state exists, so you have the constitutive power. So all power in East Africa belongs to us, and by extension, all power in Africa belongs to us. But the Constitution of Kenya also says this power shall be exercised in certain ways. One of those ways is through elected officials. And this is why then by extension, we are able to constitute the East African Community, for example, from government officials, from those who work at the Secretariat on our behalf, from politicians, members of the East African Legislative Assembly, and so on and so forth. That does not mean, however, that we cede all our power as citizens. The primordial constitutive power still belongs to us as citizens. So we are here to speak truth to ourselves and to speak truth to power. Let me just give you a few things to reflect on. We know that the world is changing very fast. And I reflect on these things every day in my ordinary life. We are entering a multipolar system. That's in terms of the global shift. After what we went through, what is called a unipolar moment, when the United States of America was the single superpower in the world. That is after the Cold War. And there are political tremors everywhere. You know the wars that are going on There's a genocide going on in Gaza and so on. And if we do not wake up to these realities, we, the people of Africa, and we Africans, will find ourselves in this same weak spot after another 100 years. Now, in this continent, we have some of the oldest regional integration schemes. And if you don't know, then the East African Community is one of them. If not the oldest, probably holds the record as the oldest. So we have been talking about integrating this continent and removing those artificial borders since 1963, and that is conservatively because the Pan-Africanist movement started long, long ago. But these are 62 years. And if you benchmark the establishment of the East African Community with the 1948 establishment of the East African High Commission, we have been integrating for 77 years. That is how bad the situation is. Because I can tell you from all indicators, from everything that I've looked at, the data speaks for itself, we are not integrating. Even if you are to go the trade way, because that is how many people construct regional integration in terms of trade, Africa today has the lowest proportion of internal trade at 15%, compared to Europe at 60%, Asia between 55 and 60%, and so on. So it's no wonder that Africa's contribution to world trade is actually regressing. It's going backwards. It's not moving forward. It was actually higher in the 1970s at around 4%. Today it is less than 3%, just about 2.5%. So there's something terribly wrong with that picture. And we need to reflect on it, even as civil society, because here, in diplomacy, we call this track 2 diplomacy, where citizens interact and also interact with officialdom. So we must be aware of these facts. There are things that are obviously clearly pushing us apart, even as we claim our identity as Africans and East Africans. I have about 3 minutes to go, and I just want to say the following. Technology can empower us, since we are talking about technology in this particular forum. But let's not forget that the same technology is used to conduct surveillance against us as citizens and our interests, on behalf of those other interests which I think you all know very well about. So technology can be used to bring us together, and technology can be used to keep us apart. And right now, as we speak, it is being used more to keep us apart than to bring us together. So we must reject this dysfunctional use of technology. Let me point out 2 more things, and then I think my time will be up. There's something we call non-tariff barriers, which Onen and his colleagues are always struggling with at the ESC. And one of the biggest tragedies we have is non-tariff barriers. Now, not the non-tariff barriers themselves, but what they represent within a regional integration framework. I call them social barriers. They are not just non-tariff barriers, they are also social barriers. Why? Because economy is also social. Economy is not just economy, it's also a social activity. It is meant to build a community. When you do trade with each other, you use that trade as an incentive to build a cohesive community. So when you introduce non-tariff barriers, it means you're not just stopping trade, you are also introducing a social barrier to building the community. So that is something we ought to be very much aware of. I know one of our countries recently decided that certain cadres of small-scale business persons would not be able to access that particular partner state. The reality is this: when you read about regional integration in Africa, you are not integrating big businesses. You are largely integrating small businesses, because our populations rely on the informal sector, or the so-called informal sector. So when that happens, it means you are actually locking out the bigger percentage of your population from that integration process. So we must reject these things. I've seen people celebrating some of these things. And I wonder whether it's because they are challenged intellectually, or they are so captured by the ruling elites within their countries that they do not know where the integration process is supposed to be going. I think the MC is almost shooting me. And Bwana MC, I have a family. I have 3 children and a wife. I love all of them. So I'm going to say one very final thing: the issue of cross-border abductions. I think you know how seriously I consider this. I said it during the SG's forum, and I'm saying it today. Again, you cannot build a community based on injustice. That cannot help. We have seen that now the bad habits, our leaders are learning the bad habits across the region. I'm even scared now of going to some countries because they know me, and sometimes I know they don't like me. So that is something else that we must reject in this meeting, even as we discuss technology, even as we look at digital transformation, data-driven advocacy. You must operate within a context. And if that context is oppressive, if that context cannot allow us to come together, then it can only put us apart. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are Africans, you are East Africans. I am not doing what I was supposed to do, which is to welcome you. I am just saying, let's discuss these issues seriously. Let's speak the truth to ourselves, and let's speak truth to power. I know that truth has very few friends, but I am one of them. Thank you very much.
We will keep doing it until we get it correctly. Okay? So let's do it. Thank you. Key takeaways from the chair's comments: dysfunctional use of technology. Technology has its benefits, but increasingly in the region, including my own country, Kenya, we are now seeing the weaponization of technology for nefarious reasons. In this country, I told you, we speak our minds and we say it like it is. Are you afraid? Are you worried? Don't worry, we are never afraid, we say it like it is. We have the Computer Misuse Act, which has been the source of misery for so many a blogger, so many an activist. And as the Chair Morris says, we need to worry because these habits are replicated across the region. The non-tariff, the social barriers, I think those are issues that we can discuss and see how to work in our small capacities as civil society. Without further ado, the CEO, Yaksov. Karibu. This is the lady who is responsible for you being here. So we can do better for her. Moja? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evans, and for setting the ground. That has been quite a great work. I see we are... I'm trying not to look at the watch. Then again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. Before I begin anything, I realized there's one housekeeping that Evans has missed. Now, this year's summit, as you see it on the sub-theme, we are discussing about innovation for regional integration, that is around advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We don't have a program that is hard copy. Kindly hold your tags at the back and scan the QR barcode that you're seeing on your tags. That is where you get the program and all other information about the summit. We were told we go digital. We're also trying to preserve the climate. So this is where you get every detail about the summit. So I've realized that most people are lost. They're not able to follow what you're trying to read, not aware of the guests present. So I just wanted to highlight that. So I hope you can keep on reminding participants that, yeah, the tag at the back of your tag. We'll be uploading, the program is there for day 1, day 2, day 3. In case of any amendments, we'll update that. And also the photos that you've been taking, the beautiful photos of you smiling and looking good, will also be uploaded in this, and many other information in regards to the summit for the next 3 days. So make use of this and do not lose it, because this is your package for the summit. Asanteni sana. So without wasting much time, Honorable Guest of Honor, representative from the Ministry of East Africa Community, Kenya, EACS of President, government representatives from the EAC partner states present, representatives from the East African Community, representative from the AU ECOSOC, development partners and stakeholders present, the civil society representatives in the room. Hello. Habari ya asubuhi. I had nimeshafanya hizo zote. So today is Swahili. Tuliamua kwamba it's Swahili, right? Are we in agreement? I can't hear a lot of S. Yes. Sawa sawa, eh? Yes. Thank you. It is my distinct honor as the representatives from the EACS of Secretariat to welcome you to Nairobi for the East African Civil Society Summit 2025. We are privileged to be hosted by the government and the people of Kenya, and we extend our deepest appreciation for the warm hospitality and support that has made this gathering possible. Among you are civil society organizations, government representatives, development partners, private sector actors, academics, and young leaders. Your presence demonstrates the commitment across sectors to advancing truly people-centered regional integration. Before I go on, I know the house was checked, but I want to repeat because I've seen new participants. Countries, my people from Tanzania. Hey, mnisimame na shangwe jamani, mnaniangusha. Thank you, Violet. My people from Uganda. Hey, well represented. Yes, yes, that's the energy. My people from, I'm forgetting the countries. Burundi, Karibu. Well represented. Thank you. Rwanda. Yay, nice, nice. Thank you very much. Then my bosses from South Sudan. Well represented. I'm sure others are going to be joining us as we carry on. And then let me go to now the young partner states who have just joined. I know they're here in full force. DRC Congo. Thank you very much. Somalia. Thank you very much. Na makofi yapigwe. And finally, Kenyans, karibuni. Tupige na makofi. Thank you. So at least with that we can say the EAC is well represented. Sindio? Sawa. So this summit is convened under the theme Harnessing East African Citizens' Potential and Participation in the Regional Integration Process, and the sub-theme on Innovating for Regional Integration, Advancing Governance, Economic Growth and Social Inclusion in the Digital Age. This reflects both the realities and the opportunities before us. A region experiencing rapid technological transformation, growing demands for inclusive growth, and an urgent call for accountable governance. They also affirm our responsibility to place citizens at the center of integration and to use innovation as a tool for building resilience and inclusion. Over the next 3 days, our conversations will go to the very heart of the regional integration journey. And at this juncture, I'll just like to take us through the program agenda. Generally, I will not read every part, but just to give you a highlight that on this day, that is the first day, we will focus on digital transformation and data-driven advocacy, examining how innovation, artificial intelligence, and data can strengthen accountability, transparency, and service delivery. The goal is to find practical ways for technology to empower citizens and help our institutions work more effectively. As you're seeing on the program, we will begin with the first session that will have the keynote delivery, and then we'll open it up to plenary for reflections. And after that, we'll still have presentations from some of our other partners on partnership in digital age, that is the Rosetta Stone experience. We'll have partners from foundations of civil society in Tanzania taking us through that conversation. Then after that, we break for lunch, and after lunch, that's where it even gets more interesting. We'll have breakaway sessions, and at this juncture, we'll have 3 parallel breakaway sessions, as you're seeing on the screen. The first one will be about harmonizing EAC agricultural policies to support the CAADP implementation and promote agroecology. This is a session being hosted by Seatini, and that will happen right here at this venue. That is the main hall, the Hall of Africa. Parallel to that, starting from 2 p.m., I hope, Evans, you're looking at the time as I'm presenting. Starting from 2 p.m. to 4, we'll also have a parallel session. That is we'll have a Kenyan consultation with our partners from GIZ. We'll hold a national consultation, and this will also happen at the venue called La Mesa. There's been a change of the schedule. It's not going to be at Turkana, but rather it's going to be at La Mesa on the 15th floor. And also parallel to that, we'll then have another session on doors of inclusion, ensuring equitable access to SRH and essential health commodities for women, girls, and people living with disability. Now this has switched with the other one, so this is going to be happening at Turkana. So that's a session also being hosted by GIZ, our partners. So I welcome you all to also be a part of these interesting sessions and learn more from them. And on day 2, we will return to regional integration, social inclusion, and resilience. The agenda will place emphasis on governance, civic space, peace, and economic justice at the foundations of a stronger East African community. The expectation is that these discussions will generate recommendations and strategies that strengthen regional institutions while ensuring that women, youth, and marginalized groups remain part of decision making. Now that whole conversation that the Kenya chapter has introduced us, you've had the chair himself. Day 2 is where it gets more interesting. And so we are going to begin with the first session, and we'll have our partners also from the cross-borders, that is barriers to bridges. This is the role of civil society in cross-border cooperation for sustainable peace in East African community. This is going to be a very interesting session from the African Union, so I welcome you all also to listen and learn. It's going to be right here at the main plenary. And then we break for tea, and then we have our second session on beyond ratification, evaluating the AU CPCC implementation for stronger public finance management and governance in East Africa. This is going to be a session hosted by Transparency International Kenya. And thirdly, another plenary session will be on the hidden transfers, transborder renditions, and media freedoms during protests in East Africa, a session that is going to be hosted by our partners IMLU, Independent Medical Unit. And after that, then we have lunch and break again to breakaway sessions that will have 3 parallel breakaway sessions happening at once. The first one will be on women engineers powering East Africa's future through innovation and infrastructure. That will be right here at this main hall. And the second breakaway session will be the one on transparency and equity, rethinking benefit sharing in East Africa extractives, and this will happen at Turkana on the 3rd floor, session being hosted by Transparency International as well. Parallel to that, again, we'll have breakout session C on harnessing adolescent leadership to drive ASRHR budget and policy changes in Kenya and Tanzania through diverse approaches, especially digital innovation. This will be at La Mesa on 15th floor, a session being hosted by YSW. So parallel, those will be 3 sessions happening parallel. Then we'll have a tea break, and after that, then we'll have other 2 sessions that will happen parallel. The first one will be from hashtags to ballot boxes, youth shaping East Africa's democratic future. That will happen right here at the main hall, a session that is going to be hosted by EHON and ELOG. Parallel to that, again, we'll have a session on Kenya National CSO consultation session. Okay. I think there's a mistake. There's going to be another session that is going to be hosted by Article 19. from the program. Apologies, I think the screen is not updated, but we'll have another session that is actually going to be hosted by Article 19 that is now going to take place at La Mesa. The session is going to be about drawing the lines, civil and political participation in the context of national security. So I welcome you all. I know tomorrow is going to be intense. As you've seen, the program is quite packed, but as you've seen also, there are quite informative and interesting sessions to be a part of. So I welcome and ask you to be patient and be a part of these fruitful deliberations. With that being said, yes, I'm finalizing. On the final day, we will highlight regional unity, the voice of citizens, and the cultural heritage that binds us together. This will both be a celebration and a moment of reflection. So this one I have to stress, Evans, even if you look at me. Delegates will represent their communique to the guest of honor alongside representatives of the EAC Secretariat, capturing the priorities and proposals that emerge from the summit. The day will close with the 15th annual general meeting for IACSOF. One thing I want to stress on day 3 is African wear. How should I call it? I was corrected. Traditional attires. I would love to see this room colorful. You see the way at the back we have started that color business there. So I hope to see people looking good in their kitenges, in their abayas, in their, I don't know how you call them, whatever language you use, but please, let's come looking beautiful, representing the culture of people we come from or we originate from. So I thank you and invite you all to be a part of the summit. And specifically, I want to take this opportunity with just one final comment. I further wish to strongly extend special gratitude to our partners who have made this gathering possible. We acknowledge the particular support from the EU via GIZ on the Lifted project, whose contribution has enabled us to convene this summit and continue strengthening citizen participation in the regional process. We also thank all our partners and stakeholders, quickly mentioning them: Seatini, FCS, IMLU, Article 19, YSW, Transparency International, EPD, EHON, and all IACSOF national chapters for their credible and effective regional support and being able to support in the Secretariat to create this platform. Your Excellency, distinguished officials and delegates, it is my privilege to welcome you to 3 days of dialogue, exchange, and collaboration. I thank you for your presence and commitment, and I encourage each of you to participate actively, openly, so that together we can shape the East African community that is inclusive, accountable, and responsive to citizens. Asanteni sana.
The one and only Miss Lillian Alex from Tanzania, the CEO, IACSOF, your host. Makofi. Next, I'm told we have Mr. William Carew from African Union ECOSOC. Is Mr. William Carew with us? Let's give him a warm African reception. You clap until he arrives here, yeah?
Thank you very much, and please pardon me. I think the energy level from my end is very low. I'm struggling with multiple issues, time zone difference. I arrived this morning at the same time, the jet lag from the other side of the continent. Let me ride on existing protocol by recognizing all the speakers, especially the guest speaker. And I just want to say, members of the civil society community, I think our brother who did the opening remarks or welcome remarks, which he refused to say it's a welcome remarks, but to inviting you all to Kenya as a member of the African community, I've already established a context that we need to speak truth to ourselves and then to speak truth to power. And in that regard, allow me to share a few perspectives. I want to say our continent is indeed at a crossroad. Governance and democracy deficits appear to be affecting many segments of our society today. The recent upsurge in unconstitutional changes of government, protest and popular uprising, voter apathy, or lack of interest in elections as witnessed in recent elections on the continent, climate change, peace and security issues continue to be the reflection we see in our mirror. Terrorism is at our doorstep. The provision of public services continue to reduce significantly. Continental youth bulge without a clear direction in harnessing the demographic dividend, while losing a significant majority of our skilled and unskilled workforce to other parts of the world, and above all, migration and mobility challenges, among others. I do recognize that some effort has been done by relevant stakeholders. We may, however, need to double our efforts to achieve a continent that will be fit for the generation to come. This is also happening at a time when civil society are witnessing continuous shrinking spaces to act as well as significant decrease in funding flow to civil society organizations. Continuous dialogue with African citizens is key in this regard. And therefore, this summit is presenting an opportunity for us all to consolidate our efforts and build a stronger partnership that will support developmental agenda of the East African community and subsequently the African Union. Colleagues, the African Union ECOSOC is therefore presenting to you all that we are working with East African Civil Society Forum and other relevant partner organizations to see how, together as civil society, within the framework of our continental body and our regional mechanism and regional communities, to see how we can inject civil society input into some of these critical issues that we are confronted with as citizens in this continent. And therefore, I want to take the opportunity just to congratulate the East African community and the ECOSOC for making it possible for us all to gather here today through the support of the various partners. It is only through a purposeful and deliberate effort and through strong partnership that we can achieve the vision of Agenda 2063, an Africa whose development is driven by its own people and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. With these few words, allow me to say congratulations to the leadership, and I also want to wish you all the best, and be rest assured of the African Union ECOSOC support to ECOSOC and to the agenda of the African people. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful session.
Oh boy, you're going to get tired of me, eh? Miss Lily and Alex, how are you supposed to be clapping? Now, during Mzee Moi's days, if you failed to do what was told to you, what happened to us? My brother from Kenya, what happened to you when you failed to do what Moi had told you? Yeah, we pick on you and we keep you in some cool room. Let's hope that I'll not be forced to do that, eh? Yeah, that was just by the way. Now, I'm told we have a representative from the European Union, Miss Neema Bwaira. Is Neema in the room? Aya, makofi kwake. Until she gets here. Moja, fungua.
Habari ya asubuhi mabibi na mabwana. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. In Tanzania we say itifaki imezingatiwa. I know you can't pronounce that, Morris. All right, my name is Neema Bwaira. I work with the European Union delegation in Tanzania as the manager for civil society. I am here today, I don't give the opening official remarks, but I'm here in the framework of our very good cooperation with the East African community and the Secretariat in particular, but also our partners, GIZ and EACSOF. Thank you very much for organizing this very very useful platform to discuss about the integration agenda for the civil society and all the citizens in the region. I'm here to learn for sure from different conversations and exchanges so that we may be able to pick some of the very key recommendations of the summit for us to be able to integrate them into our new strategies. I saw you already have the Global Gateway strategy because this is the way we move going forward. I thank you so much and I'm really looking forward for very productive 3 days and asanteni sana na watakia siku njema.
Haya, Bi Neema Bwaira ametupiga. Hiyo ni yako bwana. Amesema sisi wa Kenya kidogo Kiswahili chetu kina mushkila. Tungependa kumpatia hope kuwa Kiswahili chetu sio kibaya sana. Kinaweza omba maji, tunaweza tembea nacho, si ndio? Wakenya mpo? Mpo? Asante sana. Oh, those who don't understand Swahili, that's conversation between two sister countries, Kenya and Tanzania. Next, Sirili Ako, Regional Civil Society Engagement Advisor, GIZ Tanzania. Is he here or is she here? Oh, he's a man. Makofi kwake. Moja. Santi. Moja. Mbili. I'm tempted to call Morris to show you how these things used to be done. Until he gets here. Thank you.
Asante sana. Habari za asubuhi. So it's he. It's me.
Sorry.
I'm Nashida. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the fellow citizens, and if the government officials, I would like to say all the protocol observed. I know I haven't followed the protocol, and because my boss has immediately sent the message that go and make a brief presentation for the colleagues, or on behalf of the colleagues, so I haven't prepared a lengthy speech. Therefore, I'm very humbled and honored to be in front of you this morning, especially fellow colleagues from East African countries, partners, and also supporters. Over the years, GIZ has been committed to promoting a sustainable development, enhancing regional integration, and strengthening institutional capacities across East Africa. And this is reflected by the partnership which we have with EACSOF in particular. And I assume this is the most relevant one in this particular context. These initiatives span key thematic areas that reflect both national and regional priorities, such as good financial governance, human rights, gender equality, digital transformation, and environmental conservation. These projects are designed not only to improve living conditions, but also to foster peace, social cohesion, and economic growth and regional integration. GIZ implements various projects aimed at enhancing economic and digital skills promoting digital integrations across East Africa member states and women empowerment and workforce. These efforts are integral to building a more inclusive and prosperous East African community with East Africans themselves. So, as we gather here today, I want to reiterate that GIZ's support for the regional integration is unwavering. We believe in the power of cooperation and collective actions to drive positive change. Together, we can achieve remarkable milestones that will benefit all of us in the East African partner states. Let's continue to work hand in hand, fostering unity, inclusivity, and representation in all our endeavors. Our commitment to the EAC integration process is here to stay, and we look forward to the future filled with a shared success and prosperity. So I would like also to take this opportunity to introduce my colleagues who are here, because we are here as a very well-constituted delegation. Yes, so I will not call all of you in front to dance, just to stand up. Just to stand up and wave. All from GIZ? Yes, all from GIZ. Asante sana. Thank you very much indeed, and we are looking forward to a very great summit and wish you the very successful one, and we also expect to have recommendations of which next year we'll meet to have some milestone achieved, not only some records. Last but not least, I would like to recognize also the presence of our EU, NEMA. Naomba usimame, because as much as you're here for EU, but I presume you're also part of our great team. Thank you for your support and thank you for your presence. Asante sana, God bless you all.
Mtakosa chai hapa, eh? Mtakosa chai, eh? Makofi! Aha. Haya. Sasa tunatoka kwenye Kiswahili na Kiingereza. We now switch to French. I'm about to invite the Permanent Secretary, EAC Affairs, the Republic of Burundi, to give us his address. So I switch to French a little bit. Sorry, my French has been a little bit rusty. Veuillez me permettre d'inviter Monsieur Sévérin Léo Mbarou-Bokeye, secrétaire permanent chargé de la communauté est-africaine, de la jeunesse et de la culture de la République du Burundi. Monsieur.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, it is not, my speech is not in French, it's in English. Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. Distinguished representatives of the government of Kenya, our host country, distinguished ESOF representatives and who are at the same time organizers of this event, distinguished partner state representatives, distinguished representative of our partners, distinguished representatives of African Union, ECOSOC, distinguished representatives of European Union, distinguished partner state representatives, distinguished representative of civil society organization, distinguished representative of private sector present here, and distinguished representatives of youth. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a a great pleasure and an honor to be here today on the occasion of East African Community Civil Society Summit 2025 under the theme, Heartening EAC Citizens' Potential and Participation in Regional Integration Process, and the sub-theme, Innovating for Regional Integration, Advancing Governance, Economic Growth, and Social Inclusion in Digital Age. Allow me to extend my warm greetings to you all, distinguished participants, and express my gratitude and thanks to our Almighty God for His faithfulness and grace to all of us. Allow me also to take this opportunity to reiterate my sincere thanks to all of you distinguished participants who have responded positively to this important event, despite your many other responsibilities bestowed to you with your respective services. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all of you who have contributed directly or indirectly to the organization of these important events, Summit, Civil Society Summit 2025. I would like also at this junction to thank the EXOF and its partners for organizing this summit despite some budgetary constraints that most of our organizations and institutions are facing. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the overall goal of this summit is to strengthen citizen participation and stakeholders' collaboration in the regional integration, leveraging technology and innovation to address challenges, enhance governance, promote inclusivity, and foster sustainable development in East African community. As you are aware, all aware, I think so, the East African community founded in 1967 collapsed in 1977 because of the non-involvement of all key stakeholders, including civil society organizations. That's why, even the reason why EXOF has been put in place. That's why we are here today. The East African Society Organization Forum, EXOF, is among the most diverse and active regional civil society organization platforms on the African continent. EXOF membership convenes all non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, and community-based organizations in the East African community. It enables civil society organizations to work together to amplify East African citizens' collective power to contribute fully to policy formulation or review for increased socio-economic growth in East African community integration process. To this effect, the overall goal of East African ESCOF is to have an East African community integration process that is inclusive and of the voices of East African citizens and responsive to the needs and demands of the people of East African community. This is in line with the EAC, East African Community Treaty, which stipulates that regional integration and development in the community shall be people-centered and participatory. The establishment of the East African community, particularly in its Article 127, stipulates that partner states undertake to promote permanent dialogue with the private sector and civil society organizations at both national and regional level to contribute to the establishment of business environment for the implementation of agreed decisions within the framework of the executing the East African Community, the project and programs. The East African Community Cities Summit is an essential forum for promoting citizen involvement and fostering regional integration within the East African community. The summit, organized by the East African Civil Society Organization Forum, is in accordance also with Article 129, Para 2 of the EAC Treaty, highlighting the importance of participatory processes in fostering an united and prosperous East African community. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the creation of permanent dialogue framework with the private sector and the civil society is in line with the directive of the 19th meeting of the Council of Ministers of East African Community, which directs the East African Community Secretariat to implement the treaty establishing the East African Community, and specifically its Article 127, while adhering to procedural rules and operationalizing the East African EAC Secretary General's Forum. As a part of the dialogue between the private sector and the public and the sector and the civil society organizations, the EAC Secretariat organizes annually an East African Community Civil Society Organization Forum, where representatives of civil society organizations are invited to discuss their roles in raising public awareness about the integration process within the East African community. And this particular summit is organized in line with this spirit. The government of Burundi fully supports the civil society organization because we are aware that, and as I mentioned before, the non-involvement of the civil society organization was the reason, the big reason, the main reason of the EAC to collapse in 1977. That's why the government of Burundi is fully committed to support the civil society organization and for its contribution for sustainable development. Before concluding my few remarks, I'd like to make an earnest appeal to all stakeholders, particularly the representatives of the various organizations present here, to show an interest to work very hard during that session in order to contribute to make recommendations that will help our community, our ESC community, to be fully integrated. And I hope all of you very beautiful, fruitful deliberation and recommendations during this summit. I thank very much and wish you very productive discussions, and may God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Nous vous remercions, Monsieur Séverin Léon. Nous vous remercions d'avoir honoré notre invitation aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup. Ugandans should be happy that we are speaking French. I was told that a certain presidential candidate wants to do away with Swahili and introduce French. Is that true, Dr. Birete? We wish you well. Uganda is always amazing as they are my relatives. Now, next, we will invite to grace us, I believe we have Mr. David Onen in the room. David Onen, the Principal Political Affairs Officer, East African Community. Makofi kwake. Moja. Mbili. I told you until he gets here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know on which note I should start. But I want to say this time we are very grateful that we are moving together with the acts of leadership at regional level to make a forum like this succeed. The previous ones, somehow, our faces were not very strong. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to write on the protocol which was properly set by my boss, the permanent secretary from Burundi. And that is the protocol we recognize. The other one for my colleague here is the one for civil society. That protocol is for civil society, okay? And while I recognize the protocol, I would like to emphasize and recognize the host representation here, the government of Kenya, especially from the Ministry of ESC Affairs, and then recognize all representatives from the partner states, one of whom have just spoken before me. I want to emphasize that I'm a good friend, if not a member, of the civil society groups, and therefore, I love to always recognize the leadership of the civil society organizations. I would like to recognize all the young people here because that's part of my constituency on my day-to-day work. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been introduced as a Principal Political Affairs Officer, in essence, a head of political affairs of the East African Community. I am here not on my behalf, but representing the Secretary General, the Honorable Veronica Nduva, who was invited to be here. Unfortunately, this program has conflicted with another schedule she has. And right now she's in New York for the UN General Assembly, and she has told me to come and step in for her. From my background, you heard from my brother Maurice Odiambo. the civil society blood flows in me. The human rights defender blood flows in me. And the inclusion agenda flows in me. The Maurice and my contemporaries like Jen from Siatini are aware how strong I was an advocate and a campaigner for inclusive policy at various levels, now beyond the EAC. So, I'm a very good friend. I understand the civil society terrain, I understand the civil society challenges, but also now I know the opportunity that exists for civil society success in advocacy work. Allow me to convey to you the greetings from the Secretary General, and I hope you will receive it in good faith. She's a people person, and she would love to have been here. In respect of today's theme, this summit speaks directly to the aspirations of the East African community within the framework of the treaty for the establishment of the community. And as has been cited earlier before, both in the concept note and also from the last speaker, East African Community Treaty dedicates a whole chapter on the question of civil society and private sector and how to harness that in the achievement of the goals of the integration. In chapter 20, in article 2127, we are focusing on the creation of enabling environment for the private sector and the civil society. And in chapter 125, article 128 and 129, we are focusing on strengthening the private sector by adopting programs and strengthening and the promotion of role of private sector as an effective force for the development of their respective economies at the national level, but also at regional level, and enabling business organizations and associations, professional organizations like the ones are also represented here, civil society and the partner states to contribute effectively to the development of this community. Speaking directly to the theme of today, with respect to harnessing EAC citizens' potential and participation in regional integration process, EAC strive to make this possible through the promotion, participation of respective citizen groups and business organizations as cardinal, and focusing on as cardinal focus for the people-centered regional integration. Indeed, we cannot speak of citizens' participation without reflection on the governance, economic resilience, which is also a discussion area for this summit, economic resilience and social inclusion in such areas like trade, investment, climate change, agriculture, technology advancement, peace and security, gender equality, youth participation, health advocacy, natural extractives, children's rights, and the rights of people with disabilities. I want to go a little deeper into some of the intervention and innovations at EAC just to bring you to speed that EAC is not sleeping, but we are doing something towards achievement of the agenda of today or of this summit. And in this respect also I want to highlight some of the already accomplished and ongoing EAC initiatives that respond to the objectives of this summit. The objectives are clear, but I want to focus on the area of digital transformation agenda in the promotion of EAC integration, and how you are very strong stakeholders in terms of different stakeholder groups, private sector and civil society, and also our partner states. EAC digital transformation agenda in Africa is leading, as a number of you may already be aware. The East African community has emerged as one of Africa's leading regions in digital transformation, advancing integration, efficiency, and economic growth through coordinated digital initiatives. The community has built strong foundations across multiple sectors, demonstrating the regional collaboration, demonstrate that regional collaborations can accelerate the digital economy. We have flagship projects to this effect, apart from what many other segmented groups and stakeholders are already contributing. And examples include custom system and trade facilitation that many people are aware of. The EAC has pioneered electronic single window systems and integrated customs management platforms, enabling faster clearance, reduced paperwork, and real-time cargo monitoring. This may be of good interest to people who are doing business. There are also initiatives like the regional electronic cargo tracking system and the harmonized custom systems that have minimized border delays and has curbed also fraud. When you have people to people, there's also a lot of extortion, but when you use strong systems, digital systems can do away with the space for fraud at the clearing. We also have health system digitalization, and I think this is part of what we are advocating for, health advocacy and inclusive health service delivery. So EAC is scaling cross-border digital health initiatives such as electronic health records, telemedicine platforms, and health surveillance system. And a good example, we had the experience of COVID in 2000. By that time, we already started the foundation for the infrastructure for digitalization. So we had the EAC e-certificate of COVID test that was recognized worldwide. So if you had that digital certificate of COVID test, it was recognized, and that was also setting a benchmark for many in Africa. We have efforts like digitalized referral systems and data exchange to support universal health coverage. These are some of the initiatives in health. Digital payments and EAC system, that one we don't have to elaborate on that because that is what has eased the integration of customs and payment system across partner states, which is a major achievement within the economic and trade integration. This is lacking in many, many regional economic communities that they still learn from us. The EAC payment system, payment and settlement system integration project and the EAC payment master plan, which was approved by central banks of the EAC partner states, is a groundwork that enables seamless cross-border payments. You don't need to do a lot of things at the border. You can, from the comfort of your phone or laptop, you can do all the transactions for border payments. We also harmonization of ICT policies and digital transformation strategy. We have developed a digital transformation strategy which is guiding the implementation, and I encourage you look at our website and get to understand what EAC plans in terms of digitalization. We have so many, but in common market protocol also we have digitalization agenda that supports free movement of goods, services, labor, capital, and person under the common market. I know my brother Odiambo Mori will not be happy with me given what he referred to in the morning, but within the broader framework of digitalization, we would like to ease movements across borders, and as somebody says, make borders a bridge rather than an hindrance to our integration. Our flagship project in this respect, the East African Regional Digital Integration Project, hopes to achieve a number of gains in terms of galvanizing the integration agenda, especially within the custom union and common market. Integration like cross-border connectivity, which is aiming at expanding internet infrastructure to ensure secure and affordable access broadband. across the region. We still have a big challenge, and if you are talking about digital inclusion, the digital access problem is also related with the cost of access to internet. For our brothers in Kenya and Tanzania, they have cheaper internet connectivity because they are the gateway to the fiber optic, the fiber connection across within the oceans, which many of us in landlocked countries do not have the benefit of. And going forward, we are also, as EAC, we shall find ways of cheapening internet access by use of the fiber, which Kenya and Tanzania are enjoying, and this is something which is under negotiation. Without taking too long in this speech, I would like to emphasize one area that civil society organizations or citizens need to engage with. EAC is aware that civil society organizations are leveraging technology to achieve the goals and address societal needs more effectively. We are also aware that there are challenges that exist, such as disinformation, online surveillance, the unequal digital access, and indeed the tools can enhance activism, public deliberations, and the provision of community services, but also can have risk, can create risk for human rights and democratic processes. This therefore calls for an effective partnership between civil society, government, and business to establish enabling digital environment that promote inclusivity, protect rights, and also ensure technology serves the public interest. A number of opportunities exist for the civil society in this area. Enhanced reach and efficiency is one of the digital platforms allow civil society organizations to connect with the more stakeholders, as you can demonstrate from this very meeting, and also mobilize support from many other constituencies, and also deliver services more efficiently, which also was demonstrated by the CEO in her welcome remark here. There are new forms of activism. At our time, activism was more physical than digital. That's it is the way today. If you want to understand where activism has reached, the Kenyan GNCs will teach you how activism can be carried away from physical space to a digital space. And I think civil society organizations have that opportunity and advantage to take. Online tools facilitate new forms of digital activism and enable civil society to participate in regional as well as global political and decision processes, thereby influencing decision making at those various levels. Increased transparency and accountability by use of digital tools. Digital technology can provide a greater transparency and hold governments and corporations accountable. And it also keeps the safety of people who advocate against strong tides. However, the challenges still remain. Disinformation and divisive rhetorics are still there, hate speech and so forth are still there, digital surveillance we have talked about, and equal access, and the cost of access actually, and the erosion of human rights, which is critical. A number of people have advocated for the effectiveness or the enhancement of digital governance, more especially within the framework of promoting human rights or protecting human rights. And this is an area that needs a lot of innovation from the civil society as we work with partnership with other stakeholders, including governments. So, other options include the multi-stakeholder collaborations. Government, corporations, and civil society must work together to create the digital policy, infrastructure, and educational program that benefit everyone. Then capacity building. Digital literacy is still a big challenge also as part of access issues. The literacy level is very low, and in EAC, our strategy aims at also enabling the enhancement of digital literacy, which we think civil society has also a very strong opportunity or advantage to promote. Promoting digital ethics and governance. This one goes without saying that the role of advocates and activists like the civil society is required to enable the good governance of digital space and ethics in promoting digital transformation. And also advocating for enabling digital environment. This also goes without saying that it is the role of citizens to advocate and ensure as we go forward the digital environment is safe, accessible, and accommodates everyone. And therefore we call upon the civil society organizations and citizen groups to leverage on their spaces and capacities to increase the governance of the digital space. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not in my character to stand for so long to speak to people, but for today, I am standing in the shoes of somebody else, so it has allowed me to take this long, but in the end, it is our hope that the discussion we are going to have in this summit around the issues that we have raised above will strengthen the advocacy work of civil society, inclusion of citizens, and promotion of private sector engagements, and harnessing business and economic growth in our region. I thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Onen, standing in for the ESC Secretary General. Indeed, the Secretary General has been a partner with us. She was present here last year, as well as Mr. Stephen Bundi, PS Tanzania. He's always been here. We thank you, Tanzania, and Mr. Bundi, who's always found time to be here with us. Now, our time is well spent. The President of YACSOF, our host, Mr. Edmund Yakani. Please welcome to give us your welcoming statement and remarks. People are not clapping here.
Thank you very much. I know we are time back. I'll try to do justice. To start with, first, representative of the government of Kenya, representative of EAC Secretary General, we have our colleague from Burundi, from EAC family. I would like to extend this also to our other guests that are with us here in the room, representative from EU. We know we have a partner, GIZ, with us here, and I know we have representatives of our member states in terms of the government, but also allow me to take this opportunity to welcome my colleagues, members of the Council of YACSOP and our national chapters. And I know my brother from AU ECOSOC is with us here. So let me say, let the rest of the former protocol remain observed. They are too long. They'll consume our time. First, I'd like to say thank you very much for coming here. We are about almost 200 delegates from various civil society organizations across East African community. I would like to say, let us feel proud that the movement is gaining momentum and the movement is occupying the space. And because of that, I would like to take this opportunity not to forget our executive director, Lillian. You have done it. We have postponed multiple times. We have tried our level best, but today we are here, that we are all together as a family of the civil society. I would like to thank the government of Kenya for hosting us, and also my colleague from the Kenyan chapter. Ojamba, I've heard your message. Your message is very clear. Let us speak to power. But of course, we'll never forget our regional mechanisms. I can't, because of time, I can't pronounce all of them, but I know the Secretariat, I know EALA, and I know the Regional Dialogue Committee, plus others. All I'd say, thank you very much for us to be here today. And of course, my sister, Nema, seriously, we stand up and we would like to say thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. And NEMA, as Africans, we don't allow things to go like that. We'd like to say, please, take up this summit as your regular principle or program of funding, so that we can work together with the EU, with the partner GIZ, and other partners can come on board, because this movement represents exactly the integration. The integration of East African community is not meant only for our governments, but it is a citizen-driven integration. That citizens have to feel they belong to one flag, they belong to one entity called East African Community. We are proud of that, and as civil society will continue committing ourselves for that, to ensure that our citizens are integrated and our citizens are feeling the same. As we are here celebrating this beautiful event, I would like to take this opportunity also not to forget one player. Nobody may know him, but they have played a big role to make who we are here. Suleiman, thank you very much. We know the role you have played to make us to be here, and thank you for that, and wish that we'll continue with Suleiman. And those who have made Suleiman to be in our family, please, we are Oliver Twist. We are saying if things are coming to an end, please extend Suleiman to be with us. Don't let him go, and Suleiman, we will hope that we pray, will be permanent with us in IACSOP. We know he's doing a consultancy work. Why this summit matter? That is some of the reasons that I'd like to share with you, audience, delegates. This summit matter because it's an annual space for civil society from all the 8 member states to come together, take a stock of progress, and align priorities with the regional policies framework, and create continuity in the dialogue, and ensuring that integration is not only driven by government and institution, but also by the life experience and aspiration of our citizens. Today we are here. You can start from Somalia, DRC. If you go to Somalia, I'm quite sure the Hapsel is there. Our pockets will go good. If we go to DRC, I'm quite sure Dombolo is there. If we are annoyed, we can try to shake some Dombolos. We come to Tanzania. So we are all integrated. That's why this particular space matters. And that's why I'd like to take this opportunity to convey for those who have extended their hands here. If you're trying to cut funding, please, we're appealing to you, don't cut funding from this space. This space is very important. This is a space of transparency. This is a space of accountability. This is a space where citizens will come constructively and ask for justice and ask for transparency. The platform guarantees that citizens' voices remain central to the participation of East African Treaty, especially Article 127. It's been repeated by the speakers before me here. On civil society participation, long-term vision articulated in EAC Vision 2050, and the operation mechanisms of the consultative dialogue framework, the CDF. Without a such platform, integration risks becoming a top-down process. And that will make sure that it diverges from the reality of the people of this particular region. Here we are together, we have to work for the integration. The summit strengthens accountability and legitimacy by producing collective recommendations from the family of the civil society that are evidence-based and rooted in the citizens' reality. Those recommendations provide governments and Council of Ministers and the East African institutions with practical insights and ensure that decisions taken at the regional level are grounded in the everyday challenges and opportunity faced by East Africans. We have been facing a lot. I'm quite sure Maurice have raised some of them when he was welcoming us here. And I know why Maurice take that angle, simply because we need to really make sure that we speak the reality and walk the talk. What have we achieved as a regional achievement from 2024 to 2025? Broader-based consultations were commissioned in the 8 member states. And I'm quite sure my sister Lillian, who have been traveling from one country to another, and I remember also we have engaged with our brothers from Somalia. If you hear about Somalia from outside, it seems like it's not a nation that you can visit, but let me be proud that Somalia is a nation that we're proud of, and it have joined us, the family. And in this consultation, I've engaged 230 civil society networks, policymakers, private sector actors. Those produce achievable recommendations and led to the revision of the national and the regional framework to extend civic participation. Notably, Somalian civil society are now actively shaping governance and trade debates while DRC established a new IACSOP national chapter that unites the diverse networks and amplify the voices of the millions of DRC. Second, dialogue platforms were revitalized, and as I've repeated, the CDF were engaged, which is very important for us to interact with the movement and to interact with the structure. So with the consultative dialogues framework, we reactivate, and the 7th SG General Forum held in Nairobi in December 2024, after 6 years that we couldn't see such space come, but now it's been revived. And I think I agree with the representative of the Secretary General, our David, for saying previously it's a bit different. But from my brother Lema, I took from him and will continue, we'll keep making it more real and more realistic and more results-oriented on a constructive and in a very responsible manner. We hope to be all together in same space like this. Third, technical achievement that we have reached to, at least civil society technical working group convened in Arusha, March 2025, where civil society from 8 member states contribute to shape regional economic integration agenda. And this confirmed that civil society is no longer, acting in the periphery, acting in the verandas. We are now taking responsibility in shaping the core policies and policy making of EAC. The fifth one is the civic space. Advocacy gained momentum. We are aware that the civic space, we are now speaking about it, and I'm quite sure as a IACSOP, our member states, you are aware that all of us as a family of civil society, in 2024 in Arusha, Civil Society Summit, we passed a resolution for regional model law on civic space. And we hope to beat that drum that we need to serial a model law, that this model law can help us have an NGO act at the level of East African community passed at the level of IALA. That's a very important one, because we need to see that in the region we operate where all of us enjoy freedom of expression, association, and we have responsibility to safeguard those freedom. Last, inclusivity and peace deepening. You are aware that our region, some parts are really so much driven by wars, like my country, South Sudan, and I'm quite sure Somalia and DRC. It's very important that we want to take responsibility in deepening our fingers and our role in peace making and peace building in the region. As women and youth become active participants in trade, negotiation, governance, dialogue, and development plan, this involve in and it bring in reshaping of the priorities, strengthening legitimacy, and contribute to peace. IACSOP has facilitated a cross-border dialogue and contribute to regional peace and stability, at the same time security framework, promoting peace as a justice opportunity that prevail, and we feel that we have a mutual respect rather than merely absence of conflict. I would like to bring to your attention, audience, the challenge we have. Among the challenges you are facing, it's a donor shift and reduction of resources. This is really big because we have more or less become a donor-funded movement. And that's why the few donors that are around here, and that's why I can't mispronounce the name of NEMA, that NEMA, we're knocking at your door, that led the summit be one of a renowned EU-IACSOP partnership. Annually, let's have this space. We know how much you have helped us to be who we are here with your partner, GIZ. So we are having this constraint of funding that are really affecting us, and I'm sorry, I'm in Kenya, I can't miss, I'm an activist. Please, our leaders and the representative of our governments here, and some few donors are with us here, let Trump not traumatized, and Trump way of doing things takes you to the space of funding, because we have seen governments are cutting funding in development aid. And I know, I can remember the former president of Kenya have told us in Kenya that some Africans are complaining when Trump was cutting down the funding, and we feel as it's a privilege. He say no, he actually appreciates, because it's not a privilege, it's not a right. He decided to cut off so that we think about it. So it's a high time we need to start speaking the language that as East Africans, East African problem, we need to solve with East African solutions, but also with East African money. So we are rich in the region. Let us try to dip our hands into our pockets and to see that we raise some funding. Those are some of the concerns we're having. So the concern already my brother the chapter of Chair of Kenya have raised, the issue of non-tariffs barrier, the fragile peace like we have seen in South Sudan, and the shrinking civic space that we have seen that is affecting us and affecting some of the activists in our member states. Some of us, when we come to such space, maybe Nairobi, we can say yes, we are proud, we can speak. Some of us who are going back, as you are unboarding the plane, you start checking the airport. The people who are receiving you, are they good or there's some? So some of us feel so shy not to speak in this space because of the shrinking civic space, and we are aware as civil society that we need to see civic space prevail. And please allow me, MC, to take a bit of a step here. I was tasked one time with an international human rights body, I can't mention here, but just want to share my experience. I was tasked to do an assessment why there's Arab Spring in the Middle East. And one of my responsibilities I was given was to assess the impact of shrinking civic space in motivating citizens having aggression towards governments. And I came out with a very one conclusive finding. My finding is that when states start shrinking civic space, actually states are mobilizing citizens to see the state as the first enemy and they want to deal with. And of course, in Kenya here, we have seen the experience of the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs saying, we're not going anywhere. No more crossing of the Mediterranean Sea. We're here in Nairobi, we'll remain here in Nairobi. So let's promote civic space as a challenge that is facing us, and also it affects our fundraising. The pressure underlying the currents of civil society involvement is very important. That we're now the challenge. Civil society is now needed to really to engage, to participate, to bring citizens to the center of policy making, and also civil society have to work with the citizen to respond to the question of legitimacy. And the failure to deliver on the promises that raise inclusivity and inclusiveness as a priority. Allow me to conclude by taking a call for action. We need to really call our development partners that we know is taxpayers' money, but we know that geography may keep us distant. You may have a region called East African Community, very far from other parts of the world, but bear in mind that humanity connects us. How much geography keep us distant, but humanity connect us. So I would like to call upon our development partners that the impact delivered through IACSO, including the national consultations in all the 8 member states, and the revival of the SG Forum after 6 years, the establishment of the DRC national chapter, including Somalia national chapter, and the advocacy for regional civic space legislation has been achieved with the minimum resources. We sustain and strategically invest, even greater results can be accomplished. Continue to support will ensure that citizens' voices remain at the central shape of East African community. So our development partners, we are all virtuous. We still need more. Don't leave us alone, don't distant. But that does not mean that we can't fundraise on our own. We'll also try to fundraise from other sources that we can access. To the governments and East African institutions, and I'm very happy that we have a representative of SG here and representative of the Kenyan government with us here, and we have our brother from Burundi. Civil society is not an enemy of the state. I want to repeat this, please. Civil society is not enemy of the state. If the state come to exist, to be called as a government, that require the vote of the citizens, civil society have voted for you to be a government. So we are not an enemy to the state. We voted for you as a government. Even through secondment, we have seconded you. If you are in IALA, in any institution, you represent us. You are there in our name because government represents us. So our message to the governments is that we are not enemies, and don't treat us as enemies. And one thing that I like to bring forward that also sometimes some of governments may not be Kenyan government. Some governments normally, when they want to look for an opposition and they don't have a strong opposition, they would like to equate civil society to be an opposition. We are not an opposition. I have experience in countries where there's a weaker opposition and stronger civil society pay the price of the opposition because the government look around and see opposition are with them on bend and say, but who are these guys shouting too much? Let's show them who we are. You detain us, you arrest us, you lock us in. So please, we are not an opposition. We are civil society. Based on this, we are raising a voice that around advancing the East African Treaty and the Vision 2050, we are calling for strong collaboration and a real partnership through structural dialogue mechanisms such as the CDF, safeguard the civic space, and act on the citizen-driven recommendations to make integration more inclusive, accountable, and sustainable. So we want to act responsibly. To civil society, let's maintain solidarity across our member states. Let's share experience. Let's continue providing evidence-based solution. And by the way, my fellow colleagues, civil society, individuals who fail to establish a political party in order to cross to government should not use our space. And this means we are speaking to ourselves. Civil society, let us not act as a platform, as a ladder for individuals who have political appetite to use us and they want to step to the government. That's very important. Finally, my final message that integration of East African community will only succeed if we own it and if it's people-driven. If government institutions, partners, and civil society, we must all work together to the project that it is people-driven, resilient, and anchored on the principle of peace, prosperity, and stability. And today here, let us take responsibility. We need to see peace in DRC, peace in Somalia, peace in South Sudan. It means peace in East Africa. A pain of a single citizen, whether being in Somalia, in DRC, or in South Sudan, is an East African pain. When you smile in Nairobi, in Arusha, in Kampala, in Burundi, that smile is an East African smile, expected to be everywhere. I would like to say congratulations. It's a moment that we are here to conclude with. We are trying to take a responsibility from this session. As I'm stepping down, my brother Lema, I'm going to follow you. We must take responsibility to fundraise for EACSOP. And finally, I'd like to say congratulations. Take this space and don't let it die, and keep this space hot, burning, bringing the citizen to East African community, and we stand up together and we say, EAC, we are all together. Thank you very much.
The President EACSOP, we can do better. Moja? Civil society is not an enemy of the state. That's my take home from that. So are we clear? The pronouncement from Nairobi is that civil society is not an enemy of the? Where are those friends of mine from the Republic of Kenya? This vocabulary I hear from some politicians. Civil society being referred to as evil society. We repeat, civil society is not an enemy of the state. Now, standing in for the chief guest today is none other than Mrs. Mary Maisori, who is standing in on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, East Africa, Ministry of East Africa Community Affairs, Kenya, Dr. Caroline Karugu, who had to rush for an urgent meeting at State House. And as tradition, when the chief guest comes, what do we do as Africans? We stand. So we will all stand and do the Kenyan thing. Moja! Mbele! Karibu.
You may sit. The EAC Secretary General representative here, the PS in charge of East African Communities, Burundi, the President of EACSOP, development partners here, EU and GIZ, distinguished delegates, government representatives, representatives of the civil society from outside our REC, that is from African Union, the private sector, the academia, members of the media if they are here, and the indefatigable youths of East African community. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I stand here not in my official capacity as Mary Maisori, who takes charge of all the civil society matters, all the youth, the gender, the children, the special needs people, labor, but I stand here on behalf of Dr. Caroline Karugu, the PS for East African Community Affairs, who until 7 o'clock when I was here, she was ready to come. But due to exigencies of duty, she was unable to come. So I'm just going to do what she would have done. Allow me to read her speech. Habari za asubuhi. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to join you this morning at the opening of the 2025 Third Summit organized by the East African Civil Society Organization Forum. And on behalf of the Government of Kenya and the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, Arid and Semi-Arid Lands and Regional Development, I extend warm welcome to Nairobi, the capital of a country that holds dear the spirit of Pan-Africanism and regional solidarity. This summit is convened under the sub-theme, Innovating for Regional Integration, Advancing Governance, Economic Growth, and Social Inclusion in the Digital Age. It is a timely and forward-looking theme that speaks directly to the opportunities and challenges facing our region as we deepen integration and work towards a more united, prosperous, and resilient East Africa. What is our role here and why are we here? The role of the citizens in the integration process is, as exposed in Article 129(2) of the treaty establishing the East African Community, which underscores the need of participatory processes in shaping the integration agenda. Today, with over 200 delegates from across the 8 partner states and even outside our REC, representing civil society, government, academia, development partner, private sector, and the media, and the youth, we affirm that integration is not a preserve of the government alone. It is a shared responsibility where every citizen has a voice and a role. This summit is therefore not just a meeting, no. It is a platform for action, a space where voices that are often left at the margins, the voices of the women, the voices of the youth, the voices of the persons with disability, the voices in the rural communities are placed at the center of our regional discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, there are opportunities and there are challenges in the digital age. The rationale for this gathering could not have been clearer. Our region is undergoing a profound digital transformation. We see both immense opportunity and deep disparities. Look at internet. The internet penetration ranges from just 46% in Kenya to only 11% in our South Sudan partner state, with the cost of mobile internet still above the UN affordability threshold. Only 23% of our citizens actively participate in the East African community mechanisms. Yet our ambition is to raise this to 50% by the end of this year, and mark you, this is already, October is here on Wednesday. While technologies such as artificial intelligence have the potential to increase East African community GDP by 13% by the year 2030, non-tariff barriers that are already alluded to and talked about by other guest speakers continue to cost our economies over 400 USD million annually. Innovations such as AI-driven irrigation can reduce water use by 40%, yet increase yield by over 250%. But adoptions remain limited to a small fraction of farmers. These statistics remind us of both the urgency and the possibility of bold action. If we are to bridge the digital divide, address algorithms, bias, safeguard data privacy, and tackle misinformation, then investment in inclusive technology, infrastructure, and literacy are not optional. They are imperative. We have a thematic focus for the next 3 days. We shall deliberate on a wide range of themes ranging from day one, which will focus on digital transformation, AI, big data, and their application in governance, to day 2, where we'll interrogate the nexus between governance, media, and digital rights with an eye on accountability, transparency, and freedom of information. To day 3, when we will spotlight leadership, health advocacy, child protection, and sustainable management of natural resources. Each session will generate actionable recommendations which will culminate in a citizen-led communique. This communique will serve as a critical guide or tool to guide policymakers and strengthen the accountability of our region's institutions. Kenya's commitment as the host nation in this summit, Kenya reaffirms her unwavering commitment to regional integration and citizen participation. We take pride in innovations such as Huduma centers and digital government platforms, which mirror Rwanda's Irembo system and demonstrate how technology can make public service delivery faster, more accessible, and more inclusive. We also commit to continue working with the AXOF, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to ensure that the recommendations from this summit are not only heard, but acted upon in our regional decision-making processes. What is our call to action? Distinguished delegates, this summit is not an end into itself. It's a catalyst. As we engage in panels, workshops, breakout sessions, let us remember that our true tasks lies beyond the four corners of the walls in which we'll be deliberating. It is in translating dialogue into action, recommendations into policy, and aspirations into lived realities for our citizens. Let us harness innovation to remove barriers, foster equity, and empower our people. Let us work together so that the East Africa we hand over to our children, because as we are exiting this stage, is the one that is more integrated, more inclusive, and more prosperous than we inherited. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my single most task to finally open this summit officially. Please clap for me.
That was a clap for yourselves, eh? How do we clap for the chief guests? Thank you very much. I am told that we have been sitting for some while and our legs must be frozen. Eh? The dancers are here. I want you to shake a jig. Those who have two left legs like me, don't worry. They probably teach us with some energetic number as we prepare for the next phase of the meeting. Lorit, are we here? Okay, the dancers, the stage is yours. Kujeni mbele, tafadhali.
bashere bakulore. Baiberi bakana gohi, bashere bakulore. Baiberi bashere bakulore, bashere bakulore. Baiberi bashere bak, baiberi bakana gohi, bashere banje gohi. Baiberi bashere bakulore, bashere bakulore. Baiberi basasa bakulore, bacheni bakulore. Baiberi bashere gohi, bashere bakulore. Baiberi mwehoya, baluya bairola. Kasako yako na hunjira papa. Mululikuy, baluya mululikuy. Kandeli palama, bashere palama. Kandi mululikuy, baluya mululikuy. Kandeli palama, papa li palama. Kandi mululikuy, bashere mululikuy. Kandeli palama, baluya li palama. Kandi mululikuy, bashere mululikuy. Kandi mululikuy, bashere mululikuy. Kandi li palama, baluya li palama. Kandi li palama, papa sukutikoy. Kandi sukutikoy, baluya sukutikoy. Deko, baluya sukutikoy. Baluya nenyanga molekoy. Bashere nenyanga molekoy. Bashere nenyanga mole papa boy. Gina nenyanga molekoy. Bakana nenyanga mole papa. Bakana nenyanga molekoy. Baluya nenyanga mole papa koy. Era nenyanga molekoy. Jie ha ha ha. Nenyanga molekoy. Nenyanga molekoy. Yeah. Ah. Nenyanga molekoy. Ye baluya nenyanga mole papa yo. Era nenyanga molekoy. Bakana nenyanga mole mama. Bashere nenyanga molekoy. Yena nenyanga molekoy. Baluya nenyanga mole papa ko. Ha ha ha. Nenyanga molekoy. Wana mbiri bayayigo. Bayayigo. Olera sigubuti mwakora. Bashere ko. Omwana mbiri bacherigo. Bashere papa. Olera sigubuti mwakora. Follow mwana. Omwana mbiri bayayigo. Bayayigo. Omwana mbiri bayaye. Bayayibos. Olera sigubuti mwakora. Follow mwana. Mwana mbiri bayayigo. Bayayigo. Olera sigubuti mwakora. Follow mwana. Nisengo ema, nisengo emako. Nisengo ema, nisengo emako. Nisengo ema, nisengo emako. Pande mwana beruko, nisengo emako. Nizirileti, nizirileti go. Papa mwana beruko, nizirileti go. Nisengo ema, nisengo emako. Papa mwana beruko, nisengo emako. Jerego, sengo ya bahaya ngao mayo. Ani sengo ema, ni sengo. Ani sengo ema, ni sengo. Maluyo era waya. Matigo yeah.
That's a great way to end the first segment of our program today. I think when the conversations were flowing and all the speakers were speaking, you can see that they all agreed on one thing. Times are changing. We have new innovations, we have different changes, that is in the civic space and the fiscal space as well. That means despite the fact that the civic space is shrinking, we can see evidently that the fiscal space is shrinking. And that hurts how we continue to do our innovations. And that simply means that it's time to regroup, re-strategize, and find ways to do this better. Again, from the speeches, you've also seen elements of multi-stakeholder collaboration coming up, which is the reason why we're here today. You've seen elements of political goodwill at the national and regional level, that is from the Kenyan government and all the governments represented here, as well as the EAC, the AU, and we've seen this coming together very well here. Further into stakeholder goodwill at the development partner level and every other organization represented here. And third is that we have to rise above a shrinking fiscal and civic space and strengthen civil society voice in this dialogue. And lastly is the idea of lived realities. At the beginning, we had diversity, equity, inclusion, and all these dynamics coming up, and it's tied to the speeches that have been said here about lived realities. As we keep thinking about the conversation, a big question I'll ask you is, how do you center lived realities in your work? How do you center lived realities in any kind of dialogue or conversation that you're having? So, now that the summit is declared open, we're going to have a quick photo segment. But the photo segment is going to happen at the same time as working tea. So the photos are going to be taken in 4 categories. One is going to be the speakers who we had in the morning segment, government representatives, and the moderator. The second one is going to be the governing council and development partners, who will also join both. Then we have the secretariat and national chapter leaders, that is the IACSOF. And then we're going to have a group photo, all of us. The working tea is going to be, the tea is just right out there. Can you see the door on that side? That's where the tea is. And something we should note also is that tea will be running, like will be present all through the day. So you can always just walk in quickly, come back with whatever you're able to get. So that said, with the able photographer on course, let us begin with the first photo of the speakers, government representatives, moderators, and the first group that spoke in the segment. I don't know if we are going to run, but we may need to do this within a 15-minute break. Please feel free to have a seat and then have the picture. Sound team, on the screen, can we have the backdrop of the summit? And as we keep having conversation, one interesting thing is that we're in the digital age. Please feel free to share live proceedings from the meeting using the tag IACSOF on Twitter. The same across LinkedIn, across other platforms. Feel free to use the hashtag Civil Society Summit 2025, hashtag Civil Society as well, hashtag Regional Integration. And as you keep having the conversation also, there's some partners you can see on the screen that you can always tag, that is Siatini, Transparency International Kenya, Oxfam, Article 19, Intel Watch, East Africa Law Society, and several others that you can see on the screen, Global Gateway, GIZ, IACSOF, the EU, the EAC Secretariat,
join us.
the GIZ rep, Mr. Cyrili. I cannot see you in the photo. Oh, you're there, sorry. Neema. Mr. Cyrili, who else is not there? Yes, Mimi, niende ni join pale. Sound team, backdrop the conference. Okay, Musisonge. Development, Musisonge, just stay there, sorry. Stay there. Governing Council and Development Partners, please come forward. And Development Partners, I'm looking at all the representatives of the organizations that are on the screen. Please come forward. Herbert, Madam Jane, And colleagues in the room, please help me. If you spot somebody there within that category, please help me get them to the front of the room. We're good? We're good? Now the third photo will feature the Secretariat and the national chapter leaders. IACSOF Secretariat.
You're welcome.
And the national chapter leaders. Mr. Morris. Kuna mtu hamuoni hapo? Is there somebody we can't see in the photo? Are we okay?
Adamson. And Mr. Lema, where is it? Tanzania is not represented.
Tanzania.
Mr. Lema and Adamson, national chapter leaders.
National chapter leaders. Are we okay? Great. Now, don't move, because this last picture will have our faces feature. Therefore, colleagues, please join the front of the room. Let's get a group picture. We have 2 minutes. I think there'll be enough. I think this space will fit because we'll fit all the way to the bottom. It's time for a group photo. The energy in the room is going down, but the tea is active. So we'll be back on course, but let's have a picture. Yes. There is space for each and every one of us based on how that stage has been set up. Let's see. Please join. We have exactly 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes. Gilbert, is it? Where do we? Okay. If you have the energy to squat here at the front, it would be great as well. Yes, we've seen, wow. I can see some energy. How is it? It's okay? Everybody's in the frame? Everyone's okay? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Lakini join the photo. Join the photo. What do we say? IACSOF? What do we say? Do we say IACSOF? Do we say civil society? What do we say? Regional integration? Choose something, but you have to say something in that picture. Yes, that's a nice picture. Lillian.
She's not there.
Suleiman, tafadhali, join hii picha. Tafadhali. Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll have a transition period of about 7 minutes. So we can pick tea as we come back inside. I have to join that one. Where can you Mr. Mohammed, do it yourself.
Held in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African Community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African Community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African Community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African Community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African Community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African Community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African Community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African Community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African Community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African Community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously. Now that we have had tea, please clap. Karibu, Doctor. So while he's also doing the keynote, just a minute, I thought we should also link the keynote to the next plenary that we have, that is plenary 1. As Lurit also said, that the panelists will also reflect to what the keynote speaker presents, and in line to that also speak to responsible AI and data governance for human-centered regional integration. So I have the honor to welcome Mr. Muhammad Ali from SONSA, the Executive Director. And then we also have Miss Mrs. Grace Bomu from Data Governance Professional Society of Kenya. Kindly, karibu on the stage. Is Grace present, or she's still having tea? Okay, so I think she'll be joining us. And at this juncture, I think we can take off, and then we'll have a few minutes of presentation. So keynote, 20 minutes, and then the plenary will also not take more than 20 minutes as well, where we'll have Mr. Mohammed, and probably Grace will be joining us, can share their thoughts, and we can open up the plenary for a few comments and questions. So karibu, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Yes, so as you've heard, my name is Mugambi. Just to tell you a bit about the Data Privacy and Governance Society of Kenya. So this is a society that brings together, so it's a multi-stakeholder professional organization that brings together civil society, public sector, private sector, academia, and university students within the space of data protection, data governance, and the data governance in Kenya. So today I want to speak about innovation, technology, and inclusive digital governance. So just a question, how many of us here have a digital ID? How many of us here have a digital ID from wherever you come from? Do you have a digital ID or an ID you can call a digital ID? License, digital license? Can you use that digital ID to cross the border from your country to your neighboring country? Yes, no? We are not yet there. Okay. When was the last time, as a civil society organization, you had a conversation with private sector within the technology space? Any? Last 1 month? Last 1 year? All right. How many of us can use your SIM card in Nairobi for internet? Not Safaricom. Whether MTN, Airtel, let's say Airtel, Tanzania. Not roaming. You just come in and you use your internet and you're okay. It's not there. All right. So, but we always say that we are living in a place, in a society where digital transformation is shaping where we live, where we work. And these days, in every other meeting we hear people talk about AI, right? How many of us in conversations when you're talking about technology transformation, we mention AI? Right? It's the new buzzword. So we want to say we are using AI for digital transformation, we are using AI for identity systems, and now in Kenya we are talking about AI in elections, that in 2027 there'll be AI. But even as we talk about this, how do we build a future that is connected, inclusive, and regionally integrated? Because when we talk about East Africa, we are talking about rapid technological growth. Our colleague from the EAC Secretariat told us about like the taxation system where technology is being used. But when we look about other things, for example, Rwanda is building a smart city, the Kigali Innovation Center, the Irembo e-government platform, but there are many challenges. So when you look at policies and regulations, they are fragmented. One question I usually ask, Is there an act of parliament that deals with technology in the East Africa that is the same? If you look at the Data Protection Act of Kenya, is it the same as the one for Tanzania? Is it the same as the one for Rwanda? Are they similar? By and large, will you say, if you read word to word, you can say there are similarities, but are they the same document? They are not. Because if you want to comply in data protection in Rwanda, it's a bit different from data protection compliance in Kenya. Secondly, the issue of cross-border trade is in digital silos. For example, let's look at it. Can a farmer from Uganda order produce in, let's say, South Sudan, and pay through a digital platform without any hindrances? Is it possible? Is it possible for a patient in Tanzania to cross into Uganda or to cross into Kenya, and their health data will be available to the healthcare practitioner at the border? Yes, no? It's not possible, right? Actually, somebody said, no way. So which means there's an opportunity for us to go beyond these silos. And how can we create a unified digital ecosystem that accelerates this regional integration, strengthens economic growth, and empowers all of us as citizens? Because the vision should have set certain things. One, innovation. So another question is, to what extent do we encourage or support innovation? And supporting innovation means the infrastructure, the funding, the money. How many innovators do you know within your space that are supported to innovate? In Kenya, we talk about, every other meeting you'll have Kenyans, and I will be one of that person who says, we always talk about M-Pesa, right? But for how many decades and how many years are we going to say M-Pesa is the biggest digital innovation that we have done? Aren't there others? Then the issue of robust digital infrastructure, inclusive governance, digital public infrastructure, interoperable payment systems. We've heard about interoperable customs systems. What about every other interoperability? I mean, issues to deal with banking, issues to deal with insurance, issues to deal with health. Weren't they interoperable as the customs matters? When you talk about fintech, why shouldn't I pay M-Pesa in Mogadishu? Why should I use? If I have M-Pesa, I should be able to pay in Mogadishu, right? If I have M-Pesa or somebody has MTN money in Uganda, they should be able to pay in, let's say, Rwanda or Burundi without any hindrances. Because that is what, I mean, when we talk about interoperability, they are what the policy says. In Kenya, we say there is what things are and there are what things are on the ground. Things on the ground are quite different from what the policies say. What about farmers? How is it that we are not connecting farmers with markets? And how do we deal with food security? We've talked about health technology. Why shouldn't a doctor in a hospital in Rwanda be consulted in Nyeri in Kenya to provide some interventions? E-commerce platforms. Why is it that most e-commerce platforms are basically border-centric? That if you're using an e-commerce platform developed in Kenya or developed in Tanzania or developed in Uganda, that basically that's where it effectively works. Then these are the issues that we talk about, like digital IDs. I know, especially in Kenya, digital ID has been an issue of litigation. It's gone up to the courts because people are challenging the implementation of these digital IDs. But without a digital ID, how can a farmer verify themselves in another jurisdiction? How do you know that this is a farmer from Kenya if there is no way of identifying them? And without interoperable payments, small micro-enterprises can't easily trade across borders. And without secure data exchange, health records cannot move with patients. So if you're a patient from Kenya and you want to go to Uganda, you have to go with your physical documents. So issues of innovation and digital public infrastructure, they depend on digital infrastructure. How many people can afford broadband or data? Like you look at it this way, mostly it's people within the urban areas, and even in the urban areas we have what we call the urban poor. Like how many, if you look at it, ask yourself, how are you able to afford being online throughout the day without using Wi-Fi at the office or in a public space? Is it possible for many of us? And how many can? So the issue of broadband access, in rural, peri-urban areas, and even before we go to broadband, there are many areas, even in Kenya, where there is no network connectivity, even if data. Even network connectivity is a problem. When you talk about regional data centers, so one of the debates that maybe civil society should think about is what we call regional data centers. And when you talk about data center, how many data centers? So when you look online, when you research, there are very few data centers, for example, that can support AI that are in our region. When you talk about smart logistics, when you talk about cross-border issues of passports, really, why do I need a passport to move from Kenya to another country within the East African community? Why? So, but also, technology is a double-edged sword. We've heard about this. Technology gives us that connectivity and access. We get e-services from government, like in Rwanda, you can get e-services. In Kenya, you can get e-services. In Rwanda, you can get e-service. So all these countries have e-services, but then there's the issue that I think Prof mentioned, the issue of surveillance. In as much as we are talking about all this connectivity, the cross-border abductions, for example, how do they happen? Because data is easily shared between cross-border, between these state agents. So they can know I'm at Movenpick today, and they can come from very easily, because they have my name, they have my phone number, they have my email address, etc. So there is also a double edge, so that with this integration, then it might make it easy, because, and I'm not saying that being arrested cross-border is wrong, but we've seen some of it has been done for political reasons. So there's the issue, where do we create that distinction? Then something else, the issue of misinformation. I mean, we've seen countries within the East African, Tanzania, Uganda, whereby some certain platforms have been blocked by the government. So they say, for this time, you can't access these services. And even in Kenya last year, during the Gen Z protest, internet was throttled, so we couldn't access internet for certain hours. So as we integrate, the government is also seeing that this further integration is a problem. The issue of cybercrime. I think we see every day cyber fraud, especially in Kenya. We are hearing banks are being hit by cyber criminals. Then we have the issue of digital exclusion, rural communities, women, refugees, displaced persons. Because we talk about the issue we also always forget is that in many of our countries within the East African community, they are displaced individuals. So also these displaced individuals, to what extent do they have access to these services and these products that we are talking about? And civil society organizations, of course, play a crucial role. One, of course, is advocating for digital rights. And sometimes we usually say digital rights mean different things in different countries, depending on who is in power, who is at the State House. But it shouldn't be like that. Digital rights should be digital rights, whether in South Sudan, whether you're in Somalia, whether you're in Kenya. Then the issue for pushing for ethical technology. But then the question is, what is ethical technology? Because we're talking a lot about AI, and a lot of people are talking about responsible AI. But what is responsible AI, and who determines what is responsible AI? How do we ensure that the governance frameworks relating to digitization are accountable? Look at it this way. If you ask yourself, how does digitization come in your countries? It's usually you find your president has gone either to the east or to the west, and they've had a handshake with the president of that other country, and that president of the other country has promised to help your country digitize. But you've not asked people within the country, what digitization do you require? So that's where you'll find digital ID becomes a priority. But is that the priority? But anyway, then for issues, so the question is within this digital space, when you're talking about digital public infrastructure in practice, how do we identify people? Kenya, I said there was the Huduma number issue. Rwanda has the national ID integrated into e-services. EAC is exploring regional ID interoperability. But how will this be done if all these systems look different? Payments. The issues of, so in East Africa, fintech is a big thing. Payment systems are being developed by people within the East Africa. But what about regional payment interoperability? We are talking about data exchange. I think you are talking about, I think somebody earlier talked about the issue of data-driven decision making. But how many of us here can access public data in the countries that we come from? To what extent is data within, let's say data in education, data in health, data in security, data in transport that is held by the state? How much is it accessible to you? Is there ease of free flow of data within this country? So, sort of we are creating digital fences. If you look at it, within East Africa, we are creating digital fences. And these digital fences, they can be positive or they can be negative. One of the questions is that all the data protection laws within the region provide for data protection impact assessments. This digitization, whether at the East African community level, whether in-country level, do we carry out assessments to see the impact of the technology that we are planning to implement? And as civil society, are we involved in that data protection impact assessment process? Do we ourselves, as civil society, carry out those assessments, including human rights impact assessments? How do we create digital governance that has trust and inclusion? In Kenya, for example, anything that the government brings, people are already skeptical. Even if it's a very good proposal, the first thing we say no. Then once we say no, then we let you explain. So we've refused your proposal, then we give you opportunity to explain. That shows a deficit in terms of trust. But within the region, I think one of the ways that we can do this is how do we harmonize laws like data protection laws, cyber security laws? How do we have a common cyber security framework? How do we ensure that policy making is open, is accountable? For example, that's why I asked, how many of us here have sat, we are talking about digital integration, integration within the region, but how many of us as civil society have we sat with people who develop these systems? When was the last time? Do we have conversations, for example, with big tech or with tech within, tech developers within our countries, for them to explain to us or have a conversation about how these systems are developed? To what extent do we expand digital literacy? Because one of the biggest challenges is digital literacy. And digital literacy is not the fact that you can use a WhatsApp, because I think most people, even in the village, we can use WhatsApp. But digital literacy goes broader. It's an understanding of how this system works, how they affect us, and how we can use them effectively. So we must think about rights-based governance into digital public infrastructure, whether it's digital IDs, payment systems, data exchanges. We must think about better collaborations. And that's why EAC, of course, the community must lead in regional digital policy that aligns with the African Union data policy framework. We must think about cross-border digital ID systems, payment interoperability, the African Free Trade Area Digital Trade Protocol that is to allow for digitization within the different regions in Africa. They need to think about public-private partnerships. One of the problems in terms of transparency and accountability is that public-private partnerships are shrouded in secrecy. Actually, once they are written, national security, we have no access. That's why in Kenya we just go to court and challenge some of these. But in some countries I know you can't challenge some of these initiatives in court, especially when they have already been cited as being national security. The East African community must also think about cross-border digital ID, payment interoperability. We must think about inclusive digital economy, bridging the digital divide. And the digital divide, I said, people in rural communities, people who are displaced because of conflict, refugees, women, children, persons with disabilities, youth who may not be in a position to access some of this digitization framework. Something else, I talked about this, how are small and medium enterprises supported to thrive in e-commerce? How do we empowering people, especially the youth, in terms of digital skills for tomorrow? Because I think as someone says, integration is not just about our politicians going to the EAC, either as heads of state or the East African Assembly, but we are the ones, me going to Tanzania, me going to Burundi to carry out some transaction. That is why most of the integration takes place. I think Prof talks about the different layer of diplomacy. It's not just about the people out there, it's also the citizens. So we need to imagine, can a refugee in Uganda access health care in Kenya using a regional digital ID? Can a Tanzanian farmer sell across borders using an interoperable payment system? So what can we do? So of course, as governments, we have to think about harmonization of policies. The problem we all know, the lawmaking process is a very long and tiring process. The interesting thing, the East African community was one of the first regional bodies to think about digital laws data protection laws, cyber security laws, even before ECOWAS. And you know ECOWAS have some of these laws. But for some reason, that dream disappeared. Then, of course, private sector scaling solutions across borders, committing to ethical innovation, civil society and academia defending rights, conducting independent human rights assessment, data protection impact assessment, championing for digital inclusion, and of course, as citizens, embracing digital tools responsibly and holding our leaders accountable. So, of course, the digital future is not, it's not a dream, it's possible. I mean, I usually, though it's not the best example to use because it's different context. If the EU, for example, has been able to integrate digitally, I think we're also able to integrate digitally. So it's not a dream, but it's a journey that has already begun. But how do we deal with all these silos, the fragmentation of policies, ideologies, and infrastructure? So all of this success depends on how, if we choose integration over fragmentation, inclusion over exclusion, and innovation with responsibilities, and if we can combine the technology, digital public infrastructure, the digital IDs, the broadband, the fiber connection, the issue of e-government and inclusive governance, we are able to unlock a digital future that will empower regional integration. And I think in Kenya we saw that, around the world we have seen that what digitization can do. And I think a good example in China, if you go online and you see the innovations that China is making, some things look unreal. Sometimes actually you think that you're watching AI, but it's actually real, whatever the kind of innovation that is being carried out. But I think, as someone says, this calls for multi-stakeholderism. There's no way that civil society can speak in a silo and not be in the same room with government, not be in the same room with private sector, not be in the same room with academia, because that's the only way. Because also integration and cross-pollination of ideas is where we can ensure that this integration within this digital space is inclusive and makes sense to the common man, to the common mwananchi. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think you've raised quite a number of interesting issues as Mr. Mohammed is setting up. I just wanted to highlight a few things of what you've presented. I like that you're recognizing some of the challenges we're having in the region and how best we can see how we implement them across the region. And also, mine is just when you spoke of integration, and you said that integration is actually people integrating, moving, and engaging. And as we wait and listen to Mr. Mohammed, I just wanted to reflect on a few issues. And one is about, I think you've also raised it, but let's see how we also expand it further in the, how do we actually address the gap? That is the technological gap that is there. One of the things when we were actually discussing the sub-theme for this summit and being in Nairobi, we were more interested in to see how we harness into the technological advancement in Kenya. But then again, in reality, is the whole region there yet? I like that you did a presentation where you were asking questions of the digital ID, the digital, how we access information. Currently, as we're integrating right now, as you're speaking here, if I tell Tanzanians to raise their hands up here and ask them on how comfortable are we in paying services via M-Pesa versus the reality we have there back at home. But we're even finding it hard to transact when we're in Nairobi because everything here is digital. But when we go to back at home, no one wants to use M-Pesa. So now how are we going to actually meet this gap at the region? You look at Tanzania, you look at Uganda. I think the only place I've seen, and I have been privileged to be at least in most of the EAC partner states, the only countries I see that use the technological advancement is Kenya and maybe Rwanda. But in Tanzania, it's actually a crime to pay via M-Pesa. The expenses are ridiculous. I would not even dare pay somebody via M-Pesa. Most of the local vendors do not want M-Pesa. I'll stand to be corrected. There's a next session coming in by Tanzanians. Maybe they'll clarify that. But then again, I've also been to Uganda and that's the same practice. So when we try to speak about an EAC bill, when we try to speak about something that harmonizes the region, then maybe let's go back to the drawing board and see how many are actually doing it and how are we going to address that gap that is there. Because we are speaking of 8 partner states and only 2 are fully implemented and only 2 have the infrastructure to actually implement. That was one. Secondly, referring to I liked how the EAC representative spoke about the fiber and said that some partner states are not privileged to access the fiber because they're not having access to the ocean. And so, I mean, the landlocked countries in the EAC. So then we go back and look at that, and I am still learning. That's why I'm going back to the gap and trying to understand, is it an issue of infrastructure? Is it an issue of resources? Is it an issue of governance? Because then again, yes, Tanzania has access to the Indian Ocean. DRC equally has access to the Atlantic. And then you look at Somalia also has access. But then again, you look at all of these countries, when it comes to technology, it's still a challenge. I think Kenya is the one that is practicing that, and Rwanda does not have that access. So is it the fiber that is expensive? Is it that there is no infrastructure for the fiber? And can't we all ourselves develop that fiber on our own? I mean, how long will it take for us to start doing things for our own? As the conversation is, Trump is now telling the world, everyone for himself. So where are we in terms of technology? Or are we also just escorting other people who are actually advancing the terminology, but as a region, we are still lagging behind? So I just thought I should raise those questions as we open up the plenary later and welcome Mr. Mohammed to present. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Lilia and Doctor. My name is Muhammad Aded Ali. I'm the Executive Director from Somalia, or Somali Nene State Actors. Somali Nene State Actors is a civil society network, or it is multi-sectoral with membership of networks and umbrella organizations which include NGOs, CPOs, professional organizations like teachers, doctors, universities and private sector, and private education umbrellas across the Somalia main South Central. We are the youngest baby who joined East Africa in 2023 after the federal government of Somalia joined East Africa Community member states. And then as civil society, we joined ECOSAF as representative Somali civil societies. SONSA established 2008, March 10, almost it is 16 years, but we requested Elias to join East Africa Civil Society Forum, but the mandate was first to join Somali government to the East Africa community member states. After the government joined it, automatically the civil society has joined ECOSAF, or Civil Society, East Africa Civil Society Forum. I would like to appreciate ECOSAF Secretariat's Governance Forum, as well as other delegates, those joined this important summit in this year, East Africa Summit 2025. Today, I want to concentrate my topic, or my speak, a rights respecting digital ecosystem is about trust, accountability, and dignity for every citizen. In generally, why digital is important in East Africa, member states, as well as the Somalia. Digital transformation impacts human rights, governance, and peace building across East Africa and Somalia. For example, Somalia has high connectivity, but fragile institutions with strong basic digital literacy, but very low advanced skills. Without right-based policies, digital growth risks surveillance, exclusion, and conflict. For Somalia, we have some progress. For example, we have Data Protection Act, which established 2023, with rules for breach notification and across-the-border safeguarding. We have Cybersecurity Bill Act, which Cabinet approved and waiting Parliament approval, must balance security and civic freedoms. Key institutions is now in the place, National Communication Authority in the place, Data Protection Authority in the place, Center Response Emergency Cyber Attack is in the place in Somalia. Somalia has not ratified yet African Union Malabo Convention, leaving gaps in the region as well as federal member East Africa communities. I have few minutes, but I need to concrete. We are facing a key risks to digital rights. Number one, awareness gaps, because low understanding of privacy and data rights among the civil society and public in Somalia. Cyber incidents has been happening last few years. Many organizations experienced breaches, online harassment, and gender-based digital violence. Weak enforcement is in the place. Those need political will, resource, public trust remain limited. Hate speech and dissemination, foul division and conflict worsened by lack of Somali language contacts. Moderation in the place, raising cybercrime and regional across the border is in the place and treaties. As a civil society, we impacted our work to include digital awarenesses to reduce or protect the civilian dignity in terms of our human rights and governance. We implemented currently Recipe Project, which is partnered with Oxfam Somalia, which is conducted digital rights assessment in Somalia, which is 98% of Somali people using network and connectivity. But cyber attack and crimes are worse into the country due to limited knowledge in cyber security attacks. Delivered toolkits and workshops on secure communication and privacy. Implemented ICT reforms through policy and briefs and dialogue with regulations. We also launched public campaigns, online safety, touch facility, gender-based violence. So, although the moderator gives few minutes for me, I need to concrete that one, and we shall take other aspects during the panel discussion. Thank you very much, all of you, for your audience and patience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad, and for taking us through the realities in Somalia. And I think, Doctor, you've heard, I think right now the bar is the big countries that are well developed versus the ones that are still coming up. And so I like that Mr. Muhammad has actually given us an overview of the reality in Somalia in terms of digital technology and how far the people of Somalia are aware and are actually accessing the platforms. So I am tempted to open the plenary for a question, but I request that for the purpose of time, the next session is actually even going to discuss further on the same conversation and maybe even come up with detailed, more deep discussions on how we can actually work around financing and also issues around how we can form partnerships in this digital age. So I'll just maybe privilege myself by asking Doctor to respond to the few issues I raised, and then welcoming this, the next session, that is the second plenary, and all together once they're done, then we can open up the plenary for questions. Are we in agreement with that? Because as you've seen, it's already lunchtime, and I don't want people to, my bosses here at the front, you know, it was much easier if the bosses were sitting at the back. So when they start looking at you, you're wasting time for lunch, it's becoming quite a challenge. So probably we'll come in the second plenary, and then we can open up now for questions. So Karibu, we can respond, and then we can discuss.
I think one of the issues, yes, that I forgot is the issue of the cultural differences. But really, when I look at it, is that technology should be agnostic. Ideally, if you're using WhatsApp in Kenya, Somalia, Rwanda, Botswana, really the essence will be the same. But yes, how to factor in the cultural differences, yes, that's a big issue. And that's not something you can legislate on or train people on. People, different cultures, different. Because for me, by there, for example, I can't remember the last time I held hard cash. Even I don't know how, I mean, I might have forgotten how some of this, I don't. Because everything you do is digital. So I think that's the, and as you say, so of course when I go across the border and I have to hold money, then I feel quite weird, and I forget that that one time I was somewhere, a different country, and I almost asked that, can I pay via M-Pesa? Then I remembered I'm not at home. Then how do we support innovation? So that's why I said we need to have a conversation, maybe like in the next, invite techies, invite people who develop these systems and ask them what is their experience. Because if you go to the universities, there are many young people, East Africans, who develop some very amazing stuff. They do it in their projects. Some amazing innovations, but there's a glass ceiling. Because within the university or the innovation center, it requires funding. It requires funding, I mean, for example, for the internet, for cloud service, etc. And a lot of this, you find that it's donor-driven. It's driven by development partners. So now, if it was hard with development partners, now what happens when those development partners exit? Secondly, we don't have, I think, maybe let me talk about Kenya. We don't have a culture of supporting, of venture capitalists supporting innovation that relates, I mean, like technology innovation. So you'll find like people, they'll rather build flats. I don't know whether it's like that in other, so they'll rather build flats, they'll rather put up a petrol station, they'll rather build a mall than support innovation. Because ask yourself, how many of all this we are talking about, whether in Rwanda or in Kenya, how much of that digital infrastructure has been developed and is being supported by local innovators? A lot of it is technology from big tech. And why is it that that technology is not being developed? I mean, surely, if you need a payment system, why should it need be developed by local techies? Because they are there. They are men and women who have the capacity. All they need is just the funding and the resources. An example, in China, in the US, the government actually sets aside venture capitalist funds for private sector to innovate for products within government. Why are we not doing the same thing? The same thing with fiber. We have to wait, like you have to get loans, you have to wait for private sector. Why isn't the government doing, for example, instead of my government promising me they'll build a stadium in my village, why shouldn't the same money be used for fiber, for example? Or for masts where there is internet connectivity, or even simply call connectivity. So I think that's that's another problem. But how we support innovation through resources, especially through monetary, financial resources, there's a big gap there. Because you ask yourself, how did, for example, the Microsofts, the Meta, the etc., how did they become as big as they are? It's because the countries within which they operate have ecosystems that provide the resources required for small innovators to scale. Around here, you'll find that an innovator may come with a payment system, but they can't scale. There's a glass ceiling. They can't scale because nobody is ready to provide resources. In Kenya, and I don't know whether this in Africa, I don't know how to say this in a polite way, but anyway, in Kenya, techies say sometimes you have to hire somebody who's white in your board for you to get funding. It's that crazy. I know it's something that we say it in these meetings, but it is a fact. If you do not have within your board somebody who is from the regions where the money is coming from, nobody will give you the money. And these are the challenges. That's why I said, in these conversations, you need civil society, you need private sector, you need the techies, you need the government, you need the academics in the room for them to share the experiences that are facing, so that if you're coming up with a solution, the solution is integrated within all these spheres of influence.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you, Doctor. A round of applause for Doctor. Yes, thank you. Please clap the way we were taught. Thank you very much. And thank you for highlighting the issues, and I totally agree with you. And in the room, yes, we have civil society, we have academia, and we have a few representatives of private sector. Unfortunately, we don't have the text guys. We tried to reach out to them. I'm not so sure we have. Maybe there is one and I'm not aware, but I hope that by the end of the day, the recommendations that come out of here, we can try and see how we synergize them with them as well. Because what you're saying is also pertinent, and clearly it seems we're all facing challenges at different levels. And so I will not take over, because I know the plenary has questions, but for now I'll request that we also retire for a bit and welcome in this, the next plenary, and once they're done, I hope you'll also be active enough to respond to the questions from the plenary, if you allow me. Thank you very much. Okay, you can clap for us. So, Lurit Evans, I think we can welcome the next plenary to begin.
Okay. Thank you, Lillian and team, for trying to maintain the time frame that we had given for this particular segment. Now, we've seen how the conversations keep unfolding, and we've seen the lived realities as well coming through in this conversation. We've also seen a lot of dialogue around the digital age, what partnerships should look like, what innovation should look like, and how we should really engage in this conversation. So in the spirit of multi-stakeholder partnerships in the digital age, I want to invite the second plenary. That is discussion on the Rosetta Stone experience. I'm also very eager to learn what the Rosetta Stone experience is really about and what it means for multi-stakeholder partnerships. And in this case, we have two interesting speakers. So we're going to treat this as a fireside chat. The moderator will be Mr. Justice Rutenge, who is the Executive Director of the Foundation for Civil Society. Please join me at the stage. Round of applause. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We will keep that going. And I know at some point we have a colleague from Article 19 who will be teaching us another way to clap as well as we keep going through the conference. Now, Mr. Justice, as you take the stage, right there near the... I would like to give you the opportunity to invite the person you'll be having your fireside chat with and center the conversation that we're going to be having. Its objective and its goal. Thanks.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I come from Tanzania, so I am obliged to say habari za mchana. Nzuri, great to see that. So without much further ado, allow me to invite, I'm struggling with the name to call him because he's not a panelist, but a fellow presenter, Mr. Gabriel Bundala, wherever you are, Gabriel. Let's do the clap that we've been taught. So Gabriel is the head of finance and operations at Foundation for Civil Society, the organization we represent. And I'll start by introducing FCS and what we do very briefly. So we are a Tanzanian NGO founded in 2002. In essence, our mandate and our role is to nurture a vibrant civil society in our country, Tanzania. This is something that traditionally we've done through giving grants and capacity strengthening services to local civil society
actors. We've worked directly with 6,000 organizations, and in context, Tanzania has about 10,000 organizations. So that's 60% of organizations in Tanzania. We've worked with them directly, either through giving them grants or capacity strengthening services in the time that we've existed in the country. But now we are transitioning to become more of a dynamic development facilitator, and part of that involves brokering multi-stakeholder partnerships, brokering partnerships between different actors in development, the private sector, government, for the sake of development, and that is actually also reflected in our slogan at FCS, which is facilitating partnerships for development. So the last bit of the last session was actually a very nice segue to our discussion, because we have a live practical example of how these multi-stakeholder partnerships can be brokered between civil society and in particular the private sector. And this is very relevant. So in terms of how we'll format this session is I will give a bit of a forward to set the scene for the practical live example that my colleague Gabriel will present in greater detail. Yeah, so that's quite important in the world that we live now. If I was told to give a speech anywhere, I would have warned myself not to begin with gloom and doom. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to do that. And I think that has been said before. We have to admit that the world at the moment is in a moment of polycrisis. And I'll explain what it means, what a polycrisis means. It's a situation where multiple crises converge, they coincide. And these interconnected crises amplify each other, making them difficult to manage or to resolve. You know, if your body is an ecosystem, and it is an ecosystem, so we're not talking about you have a little cut or an injury on your arm and then another injury on your leg. No, we're talking about you have heart issues, and at the same time you have kidney and liver issues. So these problems reinforce each other. They make it harder for you to get out of whatever issues you are facing. So we are in that state of polycrisis. And there are many examples, and some of them have been stated. We are facing global warming, while at the same time, we have climate change denialists in positions of power, and significant positions of power in that regard. I don't need to recall to you what happened at the latest UN General Assembly, but that is an example of what we're facing. We are not really off the hook when it comes to the pandemics. We have extreme inequality, and it's growing. For those who follow Forbes, their latest report, which I think was released around April, what it shows is that we are getting more billionaires. For the first time, we crossed the 3,000 mark in terms of billionaires. And I'm not talking about billionaires in Ugandan shillings, please. Or Tanzanian shillings for that matter. I'm talking about dollar billionaires. So that report showed that there are 3,028 billionaires this year. We've crossed the 3,000 mark for the first time. And their combined wealth is bigger than the GDP of every country with the exception of the US and China. Yes. And I love that shock. And I was hoping it would deliver that shock. So the GDP of 3,028 individuals, who, by the way, could fit in this room. You could fit them in this room. It's bigger than, the wealth rather of those individuals is bigger than the GDP of any country other than US and China. But we still have so many issues, but people are getting richer. Significant democratic erosion, again, this has been spoken about, but I think the change is that you're starting to see this even in countries that historically have been regarded as the beacons of democracy. Big Brother is having issues as well when it comes to democracy. Conflict, all these issues are converging And for us in the civil society sector in particular, they're making it harder for us to operate. So civil society today is at a crossroads. I think the best description you can say of civil society, and I know that this is not just in Tanzania, we have these conversations in Tanzania, but it's important that we discuss them in platforms like this, because as a matter of fact, civil society is at a crossroads. And why am I saying that? Is because we have been set up and set out to deal with issues. You know, if you look at our documents, our visions, our missions, we are all about rectifying issues that you see in our nations and globally. We are the problem solvers, but we are in a situation where we do not have the funding that we need to be able to save the world, if that is our mission in a nutshell. So because of this wave of nationalist movements that you see in the so-called global north, that means global affairs or global welfare, as a matter of fact, is being deprioritized, and our civil society actors stand to lose if that trend continues. Now, but even when the money is there are issues which we turned a blind eye to. For instance, we convened a gathering called CSO Week in Tanzania. And in the last one, I asked the participants, the audience, what percentage of money from, I think everyone knows the OECD. The OECD has what is called a Development Assistance Committee, which in essence gathers all of the world's biggest donor countries. So what percentage of their funding goes to CSOs in the global south? Out of 111 participants, I was going to ask you that question, but in the interest of time, let me just tell you what we saw in Tanzania. Out of 111, only 5 guessed that it's only 7% or below that goes to global south CSOs. Yeah, remember, this is money that is supposed to do development in the global south, but a whooping 93% of it goes to global north organizations. You know, that is the premise for why we are talking about decolonization and localization. But it's not also just about the money, because we all know there's increasing skepticism about our mandate, our motives, and our accountability as the civil society sector. We know the wealthiest of individuals. You know, for the longest time, we knew Bill Gates as the richest man on earth. And we also knew Bill Gates to be a philanthropist, right? Right now, whoever is said to be the wealthiest man on earth, Mr. Elon Musk, is quite critical of CSOs and NGOs in general, you know? So if someone you traditionally would have relied on to support these missions does not believe in you and think you're unaccountable, and you think, you know, they think you don't have any legitimacy, then you have an issue to deal with. So after painting that picture of gloom, I think let me correct myself and talk about the concept of polytunity. I think you may have seen the graphic, which, you know, we need to move from polycrisis to polytunity. And the whole idea of polytunity is that we are presented with the potential for positive change and innovation arising from the challenges of a polycrisis. So what this suggests is that instead of viewing a polycrisis as a cause for despair, for giving up, it can be an opportunity to rethink existing systems and create new paradigms. And this presentation today is about creating new pacts with the private sector, creating new partnerships that enable us to do the work that we need to do while we are answering questions about our relevance, our legitimacy, and our accountability. Yeah, so we talk so much about localizations, but in it, we need to own the agenda. You know, we need to create solutions. Otherwise, we will be in a state where we are only complaining. We are complaining and whining about how unfair the system of aid is and how colonial it is, but we are not creating solutions. So with this gathering, we want to turn your attention to an emerging opportunity which we believe that if it's done with the right energy, it promises to be part of the solution. And this Rosetta Stone initiative that I will invite Gabriel to talk about allows us to look internally for resourcing development initiatives. And let me say here that self-reliance is not only a desirable outcome because USAID has cut funding or because we're experiencing issues in the development landscape. No. Self-reliance is something rooted in our visions within our country, within our countries rather. So we know Tanzania historically for our policy on socialism. Let me remind you that it wasn't just socialism, it was socialism and self-reliance. Yeah. So how do we get to that vision of self-reliance? There are actions we can take. So within this initiative, we are hoping to bridge the gap between private sector and development practice in a way that potentially meets the needs of thousands, if not millions, of people in a way that we can sustain. So at this juncture, let me invite my colleague, Mr. Gabriel, who will take the next 20 minutes or so to talk about the practical details of what we are doing within this initiative. So please welcome him with a round of applause.
Asante sana Justice. Habari za mchana jamani. So we are talking about digital, so that's why I'm holding a lot of technology equipment here to align with our theme. Yes. Asante sana. So today there was an important point that was mentioned by the delegate, a speaker from South Sudan, speaking of evidence-based solutions that civil society needs to bring instead of just looking at the problems. And this is what Justice clearly mentioned from his initial speech here, that we need to move from looking at the problems to converting them into opportunities and actually solutions. So for the sake of time, it is a very long presentation, lakini nitahakikisha, I will ensure that I make the good use of the time so that you don't stone me for not letting you go for lunch. So the Rosetta Stone opportunity, and I believe a lot of you are asking yourself why Rosetta Stone. In a minute, I will unveil that. It was based from an evidence-based research called Beyond the Bus. And I'll explain that. But the aim is to try to link it with ESG and corporate sustainability mandates. So before going into the details of this, I'd like to get a feel from the room. So do we all have our phones close to us? Yes? So let's please scan the QR code and follow through quickly. I'll give you a second to scan. Let's scan the QR code quickly. And let's start answering the questions that are going to, just 2 questions. Are we ready? Yes. So let's please continue answering, and the answers are coming through. The question here is, how do you describe your level of engagement in partnerships across sectors, whether it's between civil society and government, between civil society and private sector? How do you consider yourself from your organization? And I know we have most civil society organizations here, but also from your perspective as development partners, as private sector,
how do you consider the level of partnerships that you've been engaging into? So I'll give another 20 seconds. Let's quickly move. Our theme is about digital transformation, about digital being ahead, so let's be fast. So most people are on occasional but not structured. That's very interesting, and I like that response, because we are going to address that directly. I'm a bit concerned on the very few who are very limited or none, but I'm also excited about those who have deep structured and long-term collaborations. Let's move to the next question. The question is, please write in 2 words that describe the standard or framework you apply for impact reporting. Whether it's the Global Sustainability Development Goals, standards, the ESG, the GRI, or any other standards that are reputable. And there you go. I see my fast and techie people. Most are SDGs, continuous changing awareness, interesting. Keep them coming, keep them coming. All right, so what is the Rosetta Stone Initiative? And I'll quickly run through what it is and its background, but I'll mostly spend most of the time on the actual action plan or call to action for you and what it means for the regional integration, what it means for cross collaboration. As much as a lot of the research and a lot of the talk will make references to Tanzania, I must make note that this research has been made in Tanzania, but it meant to be expanded through, or rather applicable across the region and even globally. So the Rosetta Stone Initiative aims to create a common impact language across the civil society, but also the private sector, and even broader other development partners as well as the government. And where's the word Rosetta Stone coming? It's not a word that we've invented it, but a Rosetta Stone is an ancient slab of granulite. It's a stone that was founded in 1799 by soldiers, and it deciphers the language. There are 3 languages on it, and the soldiers could only understand Greek, which is one of the language, to help them understand the other. So the essence of the Rosetta Stone Initiative is to bridge the gap for a common impact language. So when private sector says they are doing impact, and when civil society says we are doing something for impact, what does it mean? And ensuring that we have a common meaning across the board. So the opportunity and where it's coming from, and Justice has laid the foundation very well, so I won't spend much time here, is in terms of the challenging landscape. From pluricrisis to polytunity, this is what it means in terms of the numbers themselves. And the gap that there is, a 3.4 billion, according to IFID in 2024, for financing gap in Tanzania in response to climate change. This is a clear solution-based kind of initiative and not just a research. So the goal here is to bridge the gap between what private sector says is sustainability development and their imperative, and what we do as civil society organizations, and elevate the commitment for impact as well as reporting, and importantly, in this changing landscape, to mobilize the needed capital to move forward. I said earlier that this is based on an evidence-based research which was called Beyond the Buzz. This research was commissioned by the Foundation for Civil Society in 2024, and aimed to learn about the partnerships and bridge the gap and understand the levels of collaboration, the levels of partnership between civil society as well as the private sector. So some very interesting findings in terms of what they say, that why they don't collaborate as much with civil society. There's the need for bigger impacts, for seeing larger partners, and we've learned that a lot of them have been collaborating with bigger international organizations, but less with small, as well as grassroots, as well as CSOs, local civil society organizations. And an important element is number 4, is where they say that CSOs are poor at reporting and at impact and monitoring and evaluation, which is very interesting because when we do a research, and as I'll explain later, the deeper research in terms of the practical case studies, the same is reflected from leaders of civil society organizations. They say that private sector leaders don't understand development, whereas the other side, they say, these people don't understand our language. So there is a clear gap, and we aim to bridge it with the Rosetta Stone initiative. And they all understand, the private sector do understand the need for the goal number 17 as per SDGs, partnerships for development. Now, a very brief context in terms of the language of the private sector when it comes to development, when it comes to sustainability. They speak in the language of ESG, meaning they are mandated to report on their ESG mandate, which is the language that they speak in terms of the economic, the social, and governance aspect, the environmental, social, and governance aspect. And the 3 key pillars here, as you can see, is in terms of what they are doing for all these 3 pillars of the ESG. On the environment side, what are they doing in terms of pollution? What are they doing in terms of environmental opportunities? The social pillar, which is very relevant to us CSOs, but it is also important to understand that we are not just falling in one pillar, but also under the governance. We speak about broadly the governance of the country, but this is an important opportunity and an area to also engage ourselves in the governance of the private sectors themselves. This line just shows how the private sector have been thinking at a monumental time since 1997 in terms of developing the standards. What is important to understand is that the ESG mandate for the private sector is fundamentally a compliance aspect. But the aim of this initiative is to move beyond compliance, to actually make it an impact-oriented objective for these organizations. And it is us as civil society organizations to drive this transformation. We have to drive the overall discussion about ESG, about sustainability, and not just leave it to the private sector or to development partners or to other sectors. But civil society, we are at the core, and that's the aim of this. I'll just point out that when I speak about regulatory landscape, this is what it means for corporates. This is for Tanzanian context, is that they are mandated by various bodies that regulate corporates to report on sustainability and ESG. This provides a clear impetus for them to collaborate. And I'll hint a little bit in terms of this because it is relevant when we talk about sustainability and ESG and partnerships, is that the private sector are only focused on those material sustainability issues. Whereas for CSOs, as we know, we can deal with a lot of issues and we don't care whether they're material or not. But for them, it is important to speak their language and identify what are material and what are non-material issues. Now, from research to what we call practical application, we've gone deeper into a metadata analysis, and we've identified what we call archetypes. And these are called the models of collaborations. What are the models when we say you can collaborate with private sector? What are practical steps you can actually take? And there are 3 levels of collaboration in terms of its maturity. And none is to say that this is bad or this is good, but it's just a connotation, or rather a context for us to understand the levels that we think are best in terms of collaboration. And these initial ones, and I know there's a lot on this table, but on a high level, this is the first level, which is mostly transactional, which is the normal traditional donor-recipient kind of relationship, whereby the private sector would have a budget for their CSR, their charity basket, and they would use that fund to support a particular initiative. It is mostly transactional. And there are various examples that we've researched, and as I said, it's based on evidence and research that we are doing and continuously learning. But the level 2 is more integrated. We call it integrative collaborations and partnerships. These ones will take longer term, and these ones would be more of from CSR to more of now, from charity to more of ESG, to more of sustainability. And they may involve more than one partner. There may be maybe two corporates and one CSO, or maybe more than one CSO. And at some point, they may even involve a third party, let's say the government, in some of these initiatives. And an important one, a very good example I'll highlight is M-Mama, which aims to reduce maternity death by ensuring that they have emergency transport in the villages to the hospitals. And they collaborate with the government, but it's a platform kind of based. So these are the kind of archetypes, these are the models of collaborations that are there. And there are a lot of these models. But the real game changer is with these transformative collaborations and partnerships. These are the likes of the PPPs, the likes of social franchising and blended finance. And with these kind of collaborations, this is where we find meaningful change and meaningful socio-economic impact at scale. And these are normally longer term, but also involves a lot of partners towards driving a particular transformation and change. And this is the level of partnerships that we aim to drive the country, but also the region, towards more of these kinds of transformative partnerships. Now, with the archetypes, we want to be able to link them to the organizations, the private sector. Remember, our research have noted that these two sectors, they speak different languages. And how can we meet them in the middle so that we have a common impact language? This table here shows an important linkage in terms of what are material. Remember I mentioned about materiality. What are material issues? So for instance, when it comes to the financial sector, financial inclusion is important, but for telecoms, digital inclusion initiatives are the ones that are key and are important. And there's a clear linkage at the right side to the relevant standards, which means we are linking the impact that's needed back to their compliance imperative. Now, back to your phones. I see some are starting to sleep. Back to your phones, and as we finalize, a reflection. So very few minutes as we finalize. This is the last few slides. If you hadn't scanned, now please scan. And now let's go to, so now let's respond to this question in terms of, from the archetypes that you've seen, which ones most resonate with your organization's current aspirations and way of partnering? Let's roll forward. I see level 1, level 3, integrative. Let's move, I'll skip this one. But also skip this one. For the sake of time, what are the questions you would like to ask or comment on the Rosetta Stone from the high level kind of understanding? But also give you an opportunity to join this movement in a few seconds. Please let them coming. Ask the questions as I finalize the slides. Now, what is the call to action here is you can join the working group, and I'll share the QR code very soon, so that you contribute as knowledge partners, but also influencing its direction that is going. Remember, Rosetta Stone is not just built on ideas, but it's built on evidence-based research. And it's been built for partners, starting with Tanzania. And we invite you to join us in this journey and help shape the future of these transformative collaborations. We've not mentioned much, but the partnerships playbook is in development in terms of the process that we've already dived into, understanding the collaborative models as well as the archetypes. So you will also receive early access to this and guidance and tools for building impactful cross-sector collaborations and partnerships. But an important, as we speak of the digital aspects and technology, is we are building a matchmaking platform that is going to be AI first. And as you join this movement, you'll be among the first to beta test our AI-powered platform for partnerships and due diligence. So please, if you would like to join, please scan the QR code. It will bring you to a Google form for you to put in your information so that you're able to join this transformative journey. And for those that are not in Tanzania, of course, we aim to see opportunities to invite you, maybe online, but also through various collaboration means, so that you can be part of this movement, part of this working group, as a knowledge partner, but also as we chart the ways. We are building this in Tanzania, but we hope that it will expand. So you'll be among the first in your country, in Kenya, in Uganda, in Rwanda, to really get on board with us on the Rosetta Stone towards building impactful collaborative partnerships across the board. With that being said, asanteni sana, and I would like to welcome back Mr. Justice for the closing remarks.
I believe we can do better with the applause. Thank you very much, Gabriel. So just so you know, his presentation is about 37 slides long and could be delivered in a half day, but he tried as much as possible to condense that into the few 20 minutes or so that we allowed him to take. But both Gabriel and myself are here till the end of the event, so please see us. If you haven't scanned that QR code, or if you have, we would love to have conversations around how do we enter into this new phase of partnerships that is quite important. So really, I'll finish by saying I hope this has been a good enough introduction into this world, and I hope that it has showed you possibilities. Again, so we talk about polycrisis, but I hope that you've seen the opportunities that are coming from this perspective, this way of looking at things. And like I said, we are available to help partners in other countries think through what they could do in this arena, and we're very happy to also share not just insights, but the tools that we are developing along the way. So he spoke about the matchmaking platform, for instance, that we are creating. So very happy to have that or to see that expand beyond the boundaries of Tanzania. So speak to us. So to summarize, I was going to ask for a Q&A, but I am told we don't have time, but I was also going to take the role of Lillian, who moderated the first session. So I think what they said in conclusion is that the digital future of East Africa depends on partnership. And we've been called upon to start by having conversations with multiple diverse stakeholders. And we're adding on to that these partnerships have to be practical and they have to be value-based. And this is something that we're working towards, and I hope that we can work towards this together. Asanteni sana.
Okay.
Polytunities and polycrisis. This new language for me today, yeah? Makofi tena, yeah? Now, I have about 12 minutes. You are members of civil society, and usually civil society, we are disciplined. So we are not going to do the political speeches. I don't see any politician in the room. So 3 questions, brief and concise, short and sweet. Can I see the hands up? 3 questions. Question number 1. I see 1, yes. Question number 2, Permanent Secretary. Question number 3, that's it. Let's start with the PS here, Burundi. Comment or question, briefly. Then the gentleman there, last the lady there.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is a comment. Yes, as we are aware, now we live in a global situation with the artificial intelligence. We don't have any choice to adhere at this principle. That's one. And the second one is in terms of awareness. Whatever we can do in terms of framework or maybe partnership, we have to sensitize our people, our community, to be aware of that reality. Without awareness for our people, the challenges the world, the global world is facing, to adhere to the artificial intelligence, it will be very difficult to move forward. For me, the awareness is very key. That's first. The second one is the framework. For sure, you cannot go far without framework. We work as a community. For example, in East African community, we have the East African Community Organization. We have to work together. We have to harmonize our legal framework in terms of that technology, that artificial intelligence. And once our instrument, the framework is harmonized, the awareness is there, the framework is there, and from there, the partnership will be easy, and without partnership, we cannot go so far.
Okay.
The 3 things, the awareness, the legal framework, harmonized, the region, and the partnerships are very key in such circumstances. Okay. That is my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. There's the lady there. The rest, please hold on to your questions. We will do them over lunch. There's the lady there, then the gentleman here. We close it for now.
All right. Thank you and good afternoon to our speakers. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was so good. Gave a lot of food for thought. Maybe I'll introduce myself first. My name is Kingwa Kamenchu. I am Kenyan, and I have been in the space of media, civil society, politics, as well as a bit of the corporate space. So this is what you just spoke about is something that I'm very interested in. And even in the idea of the diffusion of innovation, I was very interested in what you're working on, because I've also been in the middle of setting something very similar up here in Kenya. And you know how they say that writing was discovered in Egypt at the same time it was happening I think in Latin America. It's the same with the tech revolution in the 60s, 70s was happening at the same. So I see what you're doing in that same light, that a lot of us are seeing the challenge and we are seeing opportunities. But what I loved about what you're doing is the process, the fact that you've actually been asking the corporates, the private sector, like what are the challenges that they've been having. And I look for you so that we have more one-on-one discussions. But maybe the question for now would be, what has been the success so far in terms of actually getting private sector on board with the actual money? So that would be an interesting question. And maybe similarly also, because we've seen in Kenya the private sector has been moving towards development. So like we've been having banks getting into setting up foundations. So like Equity Foundation, KCB Foundation. But having been in that space, there's a background where they were not very developmentally oriented, because it used to be, marathons and running and tree planting. But then meanwhile, there's civil society organizations that have been in this space for like decades and really doing powerful work. So it would be interesting. The second question would be, have you been seeing that in Tanzania as well, whereby private sector has been trying to do its own type of development work? So thank you so much for that.
Okay, thank you very much. The last question here. Let's keep it brief so that we get quick responses.
Thank you so much. Dr. Joseph Bahati. I have 2 points. Number one, about the cultural and people-to-people integration. And according to my knowledge, integration isn't just about economics or politics. It's also about identity. Katika hili sijui linafikiriwaje, especially katika masuala ya lugha. Na another point ambao nitazungumzia, participatory governance, whereby citizens wa East Africa community, they often feel distant from the East Africa community decision making. Tunalifikiriaje, suluhisho yake yatapatikanaje?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You guys are ICT guys. I don't know if you'll answer this, but I will give you my response because I chair the ELS Rule of Law Committee. Dr. Birete and I are also doing book chapters on those same questions. So Dr. Birete, you'll allow me to give him a response on behalf of the team. Very quick responses. The panel here, I don't know if you can respond to the questions by the lady there, Kingwa Kimenchu.
So I will let my colleague answer the question on what the successes have been, but there have been some early successes which we are building on. But just to say the comment from the permanent secretary, that yes, I think a harmonized framework will make a lot of sense, because one of the things we are struggling with in this area is that legislation could actually help in terms of guiding these partnerships, and in particular mandating corporates to do good within the framework of maybe the taxation systems. But that requires quite a lot of work when it comes to the legislation. But because we are young, all of our countries, I think perhaps Kenya is a bit more advanced. We could learn from each other and create one framework that guides all of us when it comes to how private sector engages in development and engages with NGOs and civil society. But yeah, my colleague can respond on the successes.
Yes, asante sana. And I think the question on successes is very interesting, and to us is also something that is good, because we've made several progress. And importantly, ourselves as Foundation for Civil Societies, we've started these partnerships with private sectors for a long time. They've been funding the CSO Week, the Tanzanian event for convening all civil society organizations, the likes of Stanbic Banks and the largest MNO in Tanzania, Vodacom. through their foundations, which I will also hint on your second question with regards to the role of these foundations coming up and how now they're interacting in terms of development. So we've seen early wins, and as we are engaging into these initiatives, I didn't have enough time, but we've drawn from the early research that was made into 3 dimensions, which include a deeper meta-analysis, but also case studies, as well as the ecosystem mapping of the civil society organizations. And we've talked to civil society leaders, but as well as corporate leaders. And one example, which is a practical steps, is, for instance, one of the corporates mentioned that they have a 1.5 billion shillings of CSR and ESG money that they need to give to civil society organizations. But they cannot give because they are worried, and in the past they've been scammed. That is clear money that is for us, civil society organizations, that is there, but we cannot access it.
Okay.
So with those steps that we are moving through, and with the research, but also moving it not from research but into practical steps, which, as we build the matchmaking platform, will include due diligence and how do we match for impactful, the transformative partnerships. And as we do this, we're also collaborating with the foundations, the Vodacom foundations in Tanzania. There are many foundations for the bigger banks, the NMB, a lot of them. So yes, in Tanzania also we are seeing a rise, a mushrooming of these foundations. And it's pretty clear, I mentioned earlier, is that the civil society leaders, who are also, some of them, as we talk to them through the ecosystem mapping for CSOs, they are also in the boards of these corporates, and they're also in the boards of these foundations. And they speak to us and they say, these people don't really understand development as much as they. And those that understand have hired people from this field, from the development field, from CSOs and the likes. So we are getting steps, we are moving forward with evidence-backed, but also with tangible steps. And we've gained these critical successes that we are piloting towards making the platform, but also towards an inclusive and bridging the gap between those.
Okay. Lurit, your final comment for this session, or anything you have to say? Lurit is a co-facilitator and convener for this. We see her tomorrow, so we have to hear her voice before we go. Yes?
Thank you very much, Evans. I think it's very interesting to learn about the Rosetta Stone experience that's coming into connection with the discussion from the keynote address and the first discussion that was coming up. And it's really a question, but also a point of reflection, because we are talking a lot about harmonizing on the policies at that stage, but I'm really thinking about it at the national perspective. Do you see a lot of uptake of legislation at the national perspective, considering that this has been very proactive within Tanzania? Because for us to move to the point of where we're saying we need to replicate this across other African countries, even within the EAC region, there has to be that conversation on the success rate of legislation at the national level. So I don't know what that looks like. I'm happy to take up this conversation further at lunch.
Okay.
But is it something that we can think about as well as we keep having the conversation? Thanks, and back to you.
So I'll task Lurit to sit with the panelists over lunch. That looks like an interesting conversation. I believe you will accommodate this nice lady from South Sudan, give her a response. My brother, in terms of regional integration, language, yes. The intention for the region is for us to have a lingua franca. Swahili has been touted as the lingua franca. We are struggling with that. Yesterday I saw some good friend of ours from Uganda say that they'll do away with Swahili and bring in French. I don't know how that helps us with regional integration. It's being dealt with at summit and at council level, so that you can be assured of. In terms of social integration, we are not doing well, despite the East African Court of Justice telling us that integration has to be people-centered. We are struggling because most decisions in terms of integration have been done by the politicians, and we will be asking some of those questions in court. There's a book that is coming out. Dr. Bireta has a chapter. I'm also doing a chapter with Professor Pielo Lumumba. Please look out for that. I believe we'll share it with the CEO IACSO, you look at some of the commentary in that book. I believe we have done well. We've exceeded our time by a minute. May I say thank you very much. The following announcements follow. Number one, tomorrow we start here at exactly 8. Clap for yourselves. That is not how we're supposed to be clapping. Clap for yourselves. Thank you. So we are going to take exactly 1 hour for lunch. And then when you come back, you go back, you will be breaking out into 2 rooms. We go to the breakout rooms. You have the option of joining the following sessions. There's the breakout session A at Siatini, Harmonizing EAC. My brother will encourage you to join that one. Harmonizing EAC, that will be at the main hall here. Then we have breakout session B, Kenya National CSO Consultation, La Mesa. La Mesa, I'm told, is on the 15th floor, yes? Is that true? 15th floor. So that will be on Kenya National CSO Consultation. Then we have a 3rd breakout session, Dose of Inclusion, Ensuring Equitable Access to SRH and Essential Health Commodities for Women, Girls, and People Living with Disability. That will be at Turkana on the 3rd floor. So health and persons with disability, Turkana 3rd floor. The Kenyans, CSO Consultation, 15th floor. Then we have EAC harmonization. That will happen here immediately after lunch. We go out for 1 hour. You have all been given your tokens for lunch? Yes? Bon appetit. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow at 8.
Negotiations Institute, and one of the speakers is the Executive Director of Siatini, and that is none other than Ms. Jane Nalunga, who will be sharing more about what we do at Siatini. But my role as a moderator will be restricted to steering the discussion and ensuring that we achieve what we set out to achieve as part of this side event. I would like to briefly share a few objectives for this side event, which include critically analyzing or examining the alignment or misalignment of the East African Community Agriculture Policy Frameworks with the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program and agroecological principles. And we have able speakers who will be elucidating more about agroecological principles. And the other objective is to discuss opportunities for policy harmonization to support agroecological transitions and smallholder resilience. And the third objective is to center voices of small-scale producers, women, civil society, and technical experts in shaping regional food system governance. Before I continue, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the speakers that we have for this side event. First, we have Ms. Jane Nalunga.
Recording in progress.
We have Ms. Jane Nalunga, the Executive Director of the Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, Siatini. And I would like to invite her to the front so that she can take her seat. And the rest of the speakers are joining virtually. And these include Ms. Ruth Nyambura, who is a doctoral researcher and convener of Ramani Feminist Collective. And we also have Dr. Fasil Gebeyehu, who is the General Coordinator for the African Biodiversity Network, based here in Kenya. We also have Honorable Wuyumukiza Francois, who is a member of Parliament, East African Legislative Assembly. And lastly, we have Ms. Brenda Sakong, who is the Head Strategic Initiative, Kenya National Farmers Federation. And so those are our speakers. And like I mentioned, the panel is well constituted. They're experts on different issues. And the topic that we're going to be discussing today is very timely in the context of climate change, but also the food insecurity that we're experiencing across the East African community. But also the call for sustainability requires us to revisit some of the Thank you so much. I've actually realized that one of the speakers is right here with us, and that's Ms. Brenda Sakong, who is the Head Strategic Initiative, Kenya National Farmers Federation. I'm so sorry for the earlier communication that you join online. I hadn't seen you around. Thank you so much for joining us for this very exciting conversation. And to the media team, please give me a signal that all is well, that we can start our conversation. I would like to briefly provide some context before we delve deep into this very interesting and timely conversation. And first, I would like to emphasize that the East African community region remains heavily reliant on agriculture, which contributes approximately 25 to 30% of regional gross domestic product and employs over 70% of the population, mostly small-scale producers. And despite of this policy fragmentation, inconsistent trade regimes, and a lack of institutional alignment continue to hinder meaningful progress towards sustainable and inclusive agricultural transformation. Our theme underscores a number of terminologies, including agroecology, CADAP, which is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, and CADAP, which is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, is an African Union flagship framework under Agenda 2063. I know many of us have heard more about Agenda 2063 given our work, and that's a blueprint for transformation of the continent. And CAADP is aimed at boosting agricultural productivity, ensuring food and nutrition security, and promoting inclusive economic growth. And just this year, there was a lot of debate around CAADP, Kampala Declaration. And one of the issues that stood out was the fact that agroecology wasn't explicitly recognized, because there is mention of sustainable agricultural practices which don't directly speak to agroecology. And so the experts that we have today will be making sense of that and sharing more about what can be done to explicitly recognize agroecology and what can be done to make agroecology work, because that's the reality of our farming practices. And agroecology is simply an integrated approach and sustainable farming approach that works with nature. It actually empowers and positions farmers to solve their problems with nature. So it's not dependent on any external resources, but working with existing and available resources within communities to solve challenges like climate change, among others. And so without further ado, I would like now to invite Ms. Jane Nalunga, who is the Executive Director of Siatini, to set the scene for the discussion, and then we'll continue with the rest of the speakers. Thank you so much for listening and joining us. Ms. Jane Nalunga, please make your way here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy to see you here so that we can have this conversation. I would like first of all to thank YACSOF for giving us this platform, and also for the comrades who have agreed to be part of this conversation. I will talk about how we can be able to harmonize EAC, the East African Community Agricultural Policies, to support CAADP implementation, but also to promote agroecology. As Herbert has said, those are too many words. You know, agroecology, CAADP, what does it mean to us? I want to build on you let me know that time. I want to build on to the conversation we had before lunch by Gabriel and, was it Justice? Justice, eh? I want to build on to that. One of the issues which came out of Gabriel and Justice's presentation was the fact that the world is in a turmoil, isn't it? Things are shifting all the time, and not just about Trump, no, but Trump is also adding to the fuel, that Trump tariffs. Those of you who have been following on the UN, you saw what was there, you know? So the world is changing, we are at a crossroad. Poverty is increasing, and Justice pointed out here that the rich are becoming richer, and the poor are becoming poorer. And the world is facing so many challenges. He called them the polycrisis. The polycrisis means there are problems which are feeding on each other. There is climate change, there is food insecurity and hunger. Climate change is making food insecurity worse. So those are the polycrises, the COVID, the pandemics, the wars. So we are living in a world where there are challenges which are feeding on each other. Another issue they raised was the fact that that situation
gives us an opportunity to rethink. You remember that? To rethink and be able to create new paradigms. You know, when you are in a problem, that's when you start thinking. So the current challenges are giving us an opportunity to rethink and create new paradigms. And that's why today we are here to talk about rethinking agriculture. When we talk about agroecology, CADAP, we are talking about rethinking agriculture. And why is agriculture important? We all know that agriculture is the mainstay of our economies. Agriculture is our life, is our culture, isn't it? It's our economic base. We export agricultural products and we eat agricultural products. So agriculture is very, very important. It contributes 23% to our GDP and employs almost 60% of the workforce. So it's really, really important. And it's dominated by small-scale producers, and all those are women. But despite the fact that Africa we endowed, we have the land, and the land is fertile. We are facing a climate crisis, but it's not really as bad as other continents. But despite that, we can't feed ourselves. There is hunger, there is malnutrition, and we import food. That's where we are. So when you look at the current model of agriculture, it can't eradicate poverty. It can't get us out of poverty. In fact, when you look at, they say the face of poverty is of a woman, but that woman is a peasant, isn't it? A peasant woman. That's where we are, you know? So we need to rethink agriculture. We need to rethink our system. Because when you look at the current agriculture model, it's industrial based, monoculture. You find somebody wants to plant maize all over, acres and acres of maize, no food. No? We see this current model is about business, GMOs, selling of seed. It's corporate dominated, and it's export led. Grow tea, grow cotton, grow maize, sell it. Yet people don't have food to eat. It also uses chemicals, so a lot of chemicals, pesticides, which are not good for our health, but which are also not good for the soil. You know, so you find that when you look at our current model of agriculture, it can't sustain the planet. The planet can't sustain our current production and consumption, you know. So we need to rethink. And also, when you look at the current model, it undermines indigenous knowledge, and it takes away the rights of farmers, their right to seed, you know. So those are some of the reasons, and many others, for us to be able to rethink the current model. So when we are talking about rethinking the current model, you know, those issues of the need to protect our biodiversity also comes in. That's imperative. If our agriculture is to be resilient, we protect the current biodiversity. So when you look at the whole issue around agroecology, that's the alternative, which a number of people are putting on table, that we need to talk about biodiversity, resilient, our indigenous knowledge, and the right of seeds to our farmers. So that's agroecology as an alternative. And there are so many opportunities if we go into the agroecology way, because already it's being practiced, you know. most of our people are practicing organic and agroecology, you know, so we know what to do. And when we talk about agroecology, we are putting agriculture in the hands of our people, in the hands of the small scale producers, you know, and we are limiting the use of GMOs, we are limiting the use of chemicals, the use of agrochemicals. So I want to, moving forward, what needs to be done. So if we agree that the current system of agriculture is not working, it's not working for you, it's not working for the small scale producers, and it's not working for our economy, you know, what do we need to do to move forward? I think it's important to have a clear understanding of where we are when it comes to agriculture and food, agri-food systems. Where are we, you know, and where do we want to go? Exactly what kind of agriculture system do we want to put in place? For me, I think that's important because that will help us also to understand what kind of policies do we need to put in place at national level, at ESC level, at continental level, and also at global level, if we understand. Because a number of us don't understand, appreciate that our agricultural food systems and agricultural model has to change. Two, we need to address the policy contradictions. A number of our countries have organic policies. They promote organic agriculture. In fact, they will tell you, we promote organic agriculture. But then you see in the same country there policies which contradict that. I don't know whether there are some Kenyans here. Kenya, they have a law which outlaws, criminalizes saving and sharing of seeds. Yet, agroecology and farmers' rights are based on sharing and saving our seeds. Somebody comes to visit you, you give a basket of seeds for them to go and plant. They are criminalizing that. So those are some of the contradictions we need to address. Herbert has talked about the CADAP, that Comprehensive Agricultural Development program. That's it's the Africa Union's framework to transform our agriculture. And remember, we started in 2013 with the Maputo Declaration, the Malabo Declaration, and now we have the Kampala Declaration. But the challenge with our countries is that we put so many good things on paper, but we don't translate them into action. When you look at the Kampala Declaration, and I know some of you were there when they were putting it in place, it doesn't talk about agroecology, but talks about resilient agriculture and all that. But implementation has been a problem. I remember in the Maputo Declaration, they had said all countries should provide how much to their agriculture? 10%. I think it's only Rwanda and some of you which do that. All our countries, some provide 2%, 3%. So if we are to transform our agriculture system, our food systems, we have to translate what our commitments on paper into action. And lastly, 2 points, we need to embed trade. By the way, Siatini, we do trade. And everything is tradable. You can't talk about agriculture and food without enabling the small-scale farmers to trade and get money, isn't it? So we need to see how to link agroecology to trade, so that when a farmer brings their product on the market, you know, it is more expensive than the conventional product. So trade is really important. And lastly, we need to be careful when we are looking at the new thinking, the new paradigms. We need to remember that you can't use a solution, which put you in that position in the first place. Let me give you an example. Private sector and corporations have put us where we are today. So it's difficult to say that in rethinking our agriculture, our food systems, the corporations are going to help us. We are where we are because of the corporations who want profits at all cost. So we need to remember that. So I think I will stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jane Alunga, for setting the scene for our discussion. She has alluded to so many important things, but I could single out just a few. The reality of our agricultural sector is agroecology. It's been here with us, and that's what we know. However, when you look at the industrial mode of agriculture, it is disempowering farmers. It's creating a dependency that farmers cannot break free from. So when we talk about breaking free, we need to embed agroecological principles within trade, agriculture, and related policy frameworks. And Ms. Jane Alunga hinted on the fact that the Kampala Declaration does not explicitly recognize agroecology. However, it alludes to sustainable agricultural practices. And a number of organizations that predominantly work on agriculture-related issues have issued various statements around this issue. And there is a movement around agroecology. However, that movement is not moving together. So in a way of addressing the current situation and making agroecology work, we all need to come together and speak with one voice. Of course, she alluded to the issue of disjointed policy frameworks, the policy incoherence. We celebrate the adoption of policy frameworks, but it's like we stop at adopting. We need to walk the talk and get to implementation. Of course, we cannot do this without farmers, because farmers have their most marked knowledge in agriculture. They are the researchers, the scientists. And so we must center their voices and their realities in the policy discourse that pertains to addressing the challenges around the agriculture sector. Of course, there are solutions that are being propagated to address or to respond to climate change, but we need to interrogate them. So we should continue with the debate beyond this side event. And of course, Ms. Jane Alunga alluded to the issue of the corporate capture of the African seed sector. Of course, corporations are even coming into the policy circles to fund the consultations around certain policy frameworks. So here is when I want to really introduce another very, very critical intellectual and speaker, who is Ms. Ruth Nyambura. She's a doctoral researcher and convener of Ramani Feminist Collective. And I would like to request Ms. Ruth Nyambura to give us a political economy lens on the push for industrial agriculture, but also to share some insights around the impact of trade liberalization, corporate consolidation, and also external influence on national food sovereignty. But she will also be alluding to the intersection of gender, agroecology, and economic justice in the ESC region. Thank you so much, Ms. Ruth Nyambura. If you can hear me, now is the time for you to talk to us. Thank you. Over to you. You have 7 full minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Herbert, and thank you so much, Jane, for the very fantastic, you've laid the ground in such a fantastic way, although I doubt I can cover, or I have the capacity to cover what Herbert is suggesting. That would need half a day or one day, but it would need more people. So I'll get right into it because Jane has already, as I said, Jane has laid out a fantastic framing of the conversation. And I just want to start in two ways. Reading through the concept note, which Herbert has also gone through at the very beginning of this particular session, in which the concept talks about the incoherence around the policy landscape in the East African community, but that also would extend to the rest of the African continent. And I was reflecting about it as I was preparing for this session, and to begin by saying that the incoherence is very, very structural, because often we reduce the policy incoherence, not just to agriculture, it could be any sector, it could be in the issue of trade, it could be in the issue of health, it could be in the issue of infrastructure, and it's often sort of reduced to either an individual problem, a capacity in a very depoliticized sense, or the government of the day, right? It's the government of the day that is incoherent, but it is actually a structural crisis. And by structural, I like to talk often when I speak around agricultural questions, or agrarian questions, rather, right? I like to remind people of history, around history with regard to the agrarian space on the continent of Africa. 40, 50 years into the structural adjustment program experiment, right? So 50 years ago, we are forced into structural adjustment conditionalities, right? And as we see across the continent of Africa, not just within the East African community, the ways in which our economies are structured is that African countries continue to be sites of extraction. And Jane has spoken very, very clearly about this. And when I say sites of extraction, I mean that our resources continue to be plundered, right? The age-old trade, historical trade relationships, of course, that have now transformed to whether you're talking about economic partnership agreements between one or two countries, or one country and a regional bloc, whether you're talking about trade within the confines or context of the World Trade Organization, whether you're talking about opening up space for transnational, multinational corporations, right? It basically replicates the colonial encounter on the continent of Africa. So when you talk about policy incoherence, and by policy incoherence, I specifically am talking about the fact that we seem to be constantly, right, in epochs in which individual African governments and states, or regional spaces, whether it's the East African community, whether we are talking about COMESA, whether we're talking about SADC, whether we're talking about ECOWAS, we are in a space, a policy landscape in which the policies, we can argue that the policies really do not benefit the people. In fact, one of the things, listening to Jane, one of the things that I would push back on is the idea that we have great policies, or we have good policies. As I will show in my presentation as I go along, is that there's also a crisis. There's something to be said about the politics of the policies that are being passed, or that have been passed on the continent of Africa. And a lot of it, obviously, again, going back to the long colonial histories of how the continent has been structured as a site of extraction. But of course, the last 40, 50 years of structural adjustment programs, which have had such devastating impacts on the agricultural sector across the continent of Africa, in which the state was forced to step back, in which we are told that the private sector is the best shot and the best bet in the context of questions around development, questions around food security, questions around inequalities. But as the last 40, 50 years have shown, the private sector has not been able to deliver on the mandate, and that we have suffered almost irreparable damage by the fact that the state, the African state, lacks the capacity, lacks the institutional mechanisms and frameworks in order to be able to think and to act clearly and decisively around the multiple and intersecting issues in the context of the agrarian space, whether it's around land, whether it's around seeds, whether it's around trade policies, whether it's around the inequalities around different identities. So the ideological and institutional spaces have been captured, as Jane has spoken about, by a pro-corporate agenda. that continues to undermine state capacity and institutions, and we continue to see a push for public-private partnerships. And to be very, very clear, my presentation is not basically saying that we do not need the private sector or there's no space for the private sector. But there's something to be said about the fact that we are in an epoch, whether we are talking about CADEP, both CADEP now, post-Malabo process, CADEP before 2025, or whether we're talking about a raft of new legislation being passed across Africa related to seed and trade laws, that it seems that it has a pro-corporate agenda. So undermining of state capacity and institutions, which allow the private sector basically greater maneuverability while facing very few political risks, while state institutions continue to subsidize the private sector. And by the private sector, I don't even necessarily mean indigenous private sector on the continent of Africa. I'm talking about transnational corporations, many which have bigger GDPs than even individual African countries. So we're speaking about human rights frameworks, including the right to food, being undermined by various policy pushes around agriculture, where food has been reduced to the realm of markets. So anything can be privatized and commodified, and I had Jane speak about that. So everything is up for grabs. Everything is up for privatization. Everything is up for commodification. There's no space in terms of social policies of thinking about how can food, for example, provide jobs, meaningful jobs for the people, both in rural Africa and in urban Africa, but importantly, food in the context of food security and food sovereignty. So food sovereignty and seed sovereignty are constantly undermined. And where there are proposals for agroecology, whether they're called agroecology or whether they're called sustainable agricultural practices, the political questions remain obfuscated and unaddressed. And one of the things when I was thinking about Herbert's short presentation around agroecology, one of the mistakes that even civil society organizations make is this idea that agroecology can just be reduced to a technically different way of doing things, of doing agriculture, that it's basically a counter to corporate agriculture. Those of us who work in civil society spaces have also seen in the last decade in which pro-corporate agendas, and by pro-corporate agendas in the context of privatization and commodification of the agricultural space, are also speaking the language of agroecology, right? Where it has also as an idea, as an ideological idea, but also as a praxis, right? In terms of investments, in terms of development, has also been captured, right? By different forces. So agroecology is not simply about working with nature, which is part of that, where we also thinking about producing our food in ways that do not further exacerbate the climate crisis or the ecological crisis. It's a much bigger project. In fact, that is why food sovereignty comes in as a package, because agroecology is but one of the things that are important in the context of food sovereignty. There are political questions to agroecology and, of course, food sovereignty that needs to be addressed, which I'll speak about very, very shortly. So we've also seen an increase in investments in the agricultural landscape, but problematically geared towards the creation of monopolies in agricultural inputs. One of the striking things in that, in as much as with CADEP, generally when you think about CADEP, and the idea that at least 10%, the initial agreement which continues to date, Malabo, is that 10% of national budgets was supposed to be, geared towards agriculture, the agricultural space. What we have seen is that not only did not happen, but that we've had an increase in private sector investment in the agrarian space of the continent of Africa, right? But problematically geared towards opening up the continent, whether we're talking about seeds, whether we're talking about various inputs like fertilizer and herbicides and so on, where the continent is basically being carved up to be a market for transnational corporations, whether we're talking about fertilizer, whether we're talking about herbicides, whether we're talking about seeds, right? So it isn't about literally building the capacities of the continent, including the farmers. And Jane has already spoken about the fact that agriculture is a very, very gendered activity in its full sense, right? And has very, very specific gendered implications. So it isn't about that. There's investment coming in around agriculture, but it is investment that is geared towards further, right, taking away the resources and the labor, right, of Africans to the global north and so on and so forth. So what I was saying at the very beginning of my presentation, that the long historical lines in which the continent of Africa continues to be a site of extraction continues, right? So in terms of harmonization, very, very specifically, and I think I'm running out of time, right, the question is, harmonization in itself is not a terrible thing. The question to ask is, what forms of harmonization? Because what we have seen in the context of seed laws or trade laws is the pushing for legislation, a regulatory space, a legal space that criminalizes the rights of smallholder farmers, peasant farmers to save, sell, and exchange their seeds, right? So, and the barriers around certification such that ordinary farmers cannot be able to rise up to those particular challenges, but also in terms of setting of narratives, the idea that indigenous seeds are necessarily dirty, right? That nothing good comes out of them, that small farmers, smallholder farmers, peasant farmers are vectors of diseases. So such problematic discourse, right? So what forms of harmonization for the East African community? What forms of regionalism, right? Because when you talk about the East African community, we go back to the ideas of regionalism. And as I said earlier in a webinar that Siatini had organized a few weeks ago, is that there's no food sovereignty in one country. Food sovereignty has to be a regional project. It has to be a continental project. You just can't have agroecology in your own small plot of land, especially when you're thinking about food security, food sovereignty, right, as a big development project. So what forms of harmonization, what forms of seed laws and trade laws, right, actually develop and help the most vulnerable farmers across the region of East Africa, right? So, so why should regional blocks, and we continue to see this, why should harmonization policies be tailored in such a way that they continue to favor trade and investment with the global north, with transnational corporations, and not build up, right, the infrastructure around specific regions? So what kinds of investments also, right? As I said, we have seen an increase in investments, but also skewed to very specific countries, very private sector-led, transnational private sector-led, that is, right? And the context also of economic partnership agreements, mega projects in agriculture that undermine labor and human rights, plus also continue to push ecocide, legal and regulatory frameworks, which you continue to speak about, and also the integration, and CADEP speaks a lot about that, right? The integration into value chains for women and youth. On the surface level, obviously, value chains seem like such a brilliant idea, but how will you deal with the power asymmetries, right, that women, youth, indigenous people continue to experience? And by power asymmetries, I'm talking about property rights, right, land rights. Land rights continue to be a really big issue across East Africa. In Kenya, where I'm from, right, I don't have to talk too much about, right, the land inequalities and what that has meant, for example, during election season. And when you go through the continent of Africa, land continues to be a very, very pivotal and emotive issue because of the colonial experience, and because successive post-independent African countries have not and continue to not deal with the question around land, with the question around power asymmetries around land. And of course, because of women and social identities, the context of land for women, for indigenous people, for pastoralists, for nomads, for fisherfolk, where increasingly the commons, land, seeds, water, right, continues to be hived off, right, for mega projects around extraction, mega projects around industrial and monoculture plantations, but also just, in terms of like privatization, by wealthy elites across the continent of Africa is creating even more inequalities. So how can we think about a harmonization that pushes for an investment and regulatory space that actually addresses this power asymmetries? Class-gendered questions, the rural-urban divide, which is a big issue. The rural African, as much as Africa is rapidly urbanizing, right? Rural Africa continues to be a site of deep, deep asymmetries of power and inequalities, right? And of course the climate crisis, which we were living in a time where it doesn't matter whether Trump says that it's fake news. Those of us who live on the continent of Africa, we know that there is a climate crisis. We don't even need any academic paper to speak about the climate crisis. So the nature, form, content, and character of harmonization policies, of investment policies, needs to be taken into account. So on the surface level, as I said, like the CADA program going forward, at the very surface level, seems fantastic, but then it's, right, when you actually dig into what does it actually tangibly mean? Value chains without addressing asymmetries of power. Value chains without speaking about the skewed historical trade relationships between East Africa, between Africa in general and the global north. Do you really want to integrate women, African women and African youth into such skewed value chains? So that needs to be reimagined, that needs to be rethought. So social relations of power, and if I was to think about a way forward in conclusion, I'd speak about decommodified food in terms of harmonization policies. The fact that we are producing all this food, or there is potential to produce all this food, but that food inequalities across East Africa, but across the continent of Africa, at least a quarter of the people of Africans are severely food insecure. Let's not even talk about malnutrition, right? Let's not even get deeper into how the inequalities actually tangibly look and who it impacts. Again, women, children, young people, the rural communities, the urban poor. So that there needs to be a process of decommodifying food. People have a right to eat. People have a right to eat. It cannot be up to the market to decide whether people eat or not. So that on its own is important in terms of East African community really taking center stage in saying that food has to be commodified, right? Centering the role of the state as the primary driver of policy and investments. The private sector must be subordinate to the role of the state, whether it is the indigenous private sector in East Africa, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, or the rest of the continent of Africa, but importantly, transnational business. If we say that there is space for that, they must always be subordinate to the role of the state, and they cannot be the drivers of policy and investments. That's really important, because what we have seen since the last 50 years of structural adjustment programs is that the role of the state, right, is actually subordinate to the role of transnational capital, corporations, and private sector. That needs to be addressed, right? When we go to the polls, we don't vote for Bayer or Monsanto. We're not voting for Yara. We are voting for a government of the people, by the people. Rural infrastructure has to be taken very seriously. Again, infrastructure, and especially rural infrastructure, was one of the biggest casualties of the impacts of structural adjustment programs. Technology, we do need to embrace technology, but also with its own caveats, because technology has also become a site of commodification, privatization, and the stealing of African knowledge and resources, right? So technology in ways that does not advance commodification and privatization, right? But also technology has to go hand in hand with a complete rethinking of the educational systems in East Africa, but of course the wider continent. So agricultural research, right? Again, agricultural research, one of the big casualties of structural adjustment programs, when the state stops investing in national research centers, but also just universities, right? Again, the university system across the continent of Africa suffered really severe blows because of structural adjustment programs, right? So reinvesting in agricultural research institutions, investing in technical colleges, you know, agro-industrialization. If you're talking about agro-industrialization, it needs a trained workforce, right? And we've seen this with China. We're seeing this with China. We're also seeing this with
Thank you, Ms. Ruth Nyambura. I'm afraid I would have to cut you short here, but we'll get back to you.
No, it was the conclusion, so it's fine. It was the last point, so it's fine.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, but we are not running well with time, so I would have to cut you short, but we truly appreciate. Comrades, a round of applause for Ms. Ruth Nyambura. She has actually delivered a masterclass, and thanks for that well-organized round of applause. I appreciate. She has navigated us through the adoption of structure adjustment programs, the disruptions that the SAP's old structure adjustment programs caused, but also the commodification of all life forms, including seed. And she has provided quite a number of policy recommendations on how we can salvage the situation. I will not delve so much into that, but also she has critiqued CADAP and the package that CADAP puts forward. Of course, we all committed, most of the African countries committed to investing at least 10%. In fact, there was the word at least, to agriculture. Of course, some governments are justifying the investment in infrastructure to be investment in agriculture. And we can have a debate around that, whether we need a targeted investment in agriculture or investment in agriculture-related sectors. So that debate can continue. I would like us to have an interlude with a video that the media team is going to play. The video is a recording that was made by Honorable Francois, who is a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, representing Luanda. So I request that we have that interlude, then we can get back to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies.
Could you relay the video on the screen?
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, fellow civil society leaders, and the champions of sustainable futures, fellow parliamentarians, Gen Zs, great innovators, and influencers of agroecology, women farmers, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I'm Françoise Mukiza. I'm a member of parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly. I represent Rwanda. I thank you for having me, for me to express myself about this vital civil society organizations summit. As we gather physically and virtually in the heart of the East African community, I have decided to appear before you, not just as a voice for farmers, but also as a steward of the land that feeds us all. In fact, our region, EAC, is a mosaic of resilient soils, diverse crops, and indigenous wisdom passed down through generations. Yet today, that mosaic is cracking under the weight of industrial agriculture, unchecked trade liberalization, and the policies that favor distant boardrooms over local fields. My thoughts today are call to action to weave agroecological principles into the fabric of our regional frameworks, to harmonize trade and seed regulations in ways that uplift rather than undermine our farmers, to demand pro-farmer policies that honor rights and sovereignty, and to harness the East African Legislative Assembly as our lever for trade reforms that put ecology at first. This is not a distant dream. It's an urgent imperative for our food systems, our biodiversity, and our shared survival. We should embed agroecological principles as a foundation of resilient EAC frameworks, because agroecology is more than a set of farming practices. You are all aware of that. It's a philosophy that marries ecological harmony with social justice, restoring degraded lands, enhancing water retention, and slashing reliance on synthetic chemicals that poison our water bodies and health. In the East African community, where agriculture employs over 80% of people and drives 25 up to 40% of GDP across EAC partner states, embedding these principles into our frameworks is not optional, it's existential. Considering the EAC agricultural and rural development policy and our roadmap for sustainable growth and food security, we have to remind that, born from the EAC treaty, the ARDP aims to alleviate poverty and hunger, but also triple intra-African trade in agricultural goods by 2025. This is the year we're talking of having achieved goals. Yet, without agroecology at its core, it risks perpetuating the very vulnerabilities it seeks to heal. Climate change is already slashing serious yields through erratic rains and rising temperatures. Agroecology counters this by promoting diverse, resilient systems like intercropping indigenous grains with the legumes that build soil health and buffer against shocks. Our related strategic plans from the EAC Agriculture and Rural Development Strategy to the Climate Change Policy Framework must evolve to prioritize these principles. Imagine region funds channeling into farmer-led agroecological training, community seed bank, and low carbon practices that align with the EAC partner states' nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Can you imagine that? It looks like a paradise. The AYALA's recent capacity building seminar in Kampala, co-organized with FAO and CIFROT, adopted a resolution committing to this integration, ensuring no smallholder, especially women and youth, is left behind. As a civil society, because parliamentarians are a part of civil society, we must lobby for agroecology's full infusion into these policies, turning EAC frameworks from paper promises into living ecosystems that nourish millions. These are EAC people-centeredness. Harmonize trade and seed regulations, empowering farmer systems, biodiversity, and indigenous knowledge. And you know that in East Africa, 80% of seeds come from informal systems. Farmers saved, exchanged at markets, but also bartered in village cycles. These are not lyrics like those ones of songs, but they are vibrant networks safeguarding biodiversity and indigenous knowledge handed over millennium. Yet, harmonized seed regulations across SADC, COMESA, and the EAC often lead towards formal, corporate-dominated markets, and also erecting barriers like costly variety testing and certification that lock out small holders. Harmonized trade can be a force for good if designed to support, not to suppress these systems. The EAC draft seed and plant variety bill awaiting council approval that was now in the hand of the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources of Yala is even now awaiting for scrutiny and public hearings, can also give some solutions by offering a chance to embed farmers' rights, allowing the saving, sharing, and selling of farmer-saved seeds, but also while promoting regional catalogs that include indigenous vegetables like amaranth and cowpea, vital for nutrition and climate adaptation. So true harmonization means mutual recognition of varieties across borders, reducing phytosanitary hurdles, and funding community seed banks that preserve agrobiodiversity against erosion. This is not theory, it's proven. By prioritizing this in regulations, we protect the 75% of global crop diversity loss in the last century and empower women who steward much of this knowledge. So civil society must push for inclusive consultations, always. And when it comes to pro-farmer regional policies, we have to respect rights and reclaiming food sovereignty, because it's not just a word. It's the right of our communities to define what we grow, how we grow it, and also when and by who. In the EAC, where smallholders feed the nation, yet face land grabs and input monopolies, pro-farmer policies are the antidote to food insecurity. So organizations like the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, and representing 25 million smallholder farmers across 10 countries, and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, Sayatini, among others, they are leading this change, and we have to lobby for policies that amplify voices at EAC tables. We are a part of you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Francois in absentia. She has really alluded to some of the issues that were alluded to by the various speakers that shared various insights with us. But of course, she has underscored the need to embed agroecological principles within relevant policy frameworks, which is very, very critical. But also, as we continue to discuss, it would be important to identify those agroecological principles so that we can know them and build consensus around the agroecological principles, because they are quite a mouthful, quite many. But then what are those principles that we need to center in the existing policy frameworks, all in the policy frameworks that are in the pipeline? She has alluded to policy frameworks that are in the pipeline, awaiting public scrutiny, and also the need for various civil society actors to continue advocating for the need to explicitly recognize farmers' rights, agroecological principles, and also protection of biodiversity, which is a very critical component, because the environment is the womb of development. Without the environment, there cannot be any development. So we need to protect it. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Fasil, who is the General Coordinator for the African Biodiversity Network, to speak to us. But I kindly request him to take 5 minutes so that we can have Ms. Brenda Sakong also share her insights. Thank you. The media team, could you relay that? Dr. Fasil, are you able to hear us? I think as the media team does what, oh yeah, thank you so much. Apologies, Dr. Fasil. Yes, we can hear you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. As Ruth was said, that I mean it's very difficult to speak on the whole idea, and within 5 minutes, even it was 7 minutes. But anyway, I'll try my best. Yeah, I would like to talk about this issue of harmonization of policy straits and seed laws from maybe in perspective. Actually, to allude the fact that since we are working with smallholder farmers for the last more than 2 decades, want to promote and allude how smallholder farmers have been looking at the concept of agroecology. Actually, this is not a new term, even out there in the globe. The first, I mean, the term was coined first, even though it was around 1920s by Russian agronomists. It was acknowledged in the science world, in academia, in 60s and 70s. And then also late in 2000s, it grows into, movement, science, and social and political dimensions and all these things. But when it comes to the way how smallholder farmers are looking into the agroecology concept or ideas or all these debates and discussions it is about the way of life for smallholder farmers. Actually, it has not been recognized or supported by governments, and then the term now and then many times hijacked to fit into different intentions, especially intentions for national companies. So when it comes to harmonization, for the sake of time, of course, the reason why we talk about harmonization, of course, when it comes to technical understanding of what kind of harmonization and what is it harmonization and things like that, early speakers have shared their thoughts. I don't want to go to there, but of course, the reason for harmonization is because of the obvious fragmented policies across East African community. And of course, farmers are challenging from the inconsistent law of seeds and inputs and trade etc. And of course, this kind of fragmentation needs, of course, despite the fact that we are shared ecosystems and in climate and in cross-border challenge, we require shared policy vision at the broader level. So in this regard, if we adapt a relevant harmonization, we can strengthen regional resilience. And of course, we can support CAADP goals also. So there are gaps, as I said, on seed laws, because it's marginalized farmer varieties, it's criminalized them, as we say, in some countries, and subsidies promotes chemicals, not ecological practices. Research excludes indigenous knowledge, despite the fact that like more than 70% of the African population, even in the world, according to research shows even recently, that fed by smallholder farmers, but they have been neglected from development planning, and they are excluded. Of course, trade focuses on export rather than local economies and food systems. We have got, since we are working with many African countries, we have got a number of stories and arguments and practical examples from the grassroots as an entity working with the communities. So we contribute to facilitate such dialogues among communities on seed and governance. We link grassroots practices with policy advocacy at AU and CAADP and COP and the African Commission for Human People's Rights spaces also. So having this experience at hand, we are very much promoting what we call it multiple evidence-based approach, where science and indigenous knowledge has to come into a mechanism to cooperate one another rather than criticizing or undermining one another, because the very root of science, as we know, is what is on the ground in nature, and then in people's culture, in their world outlook, and in their rich experiences for centuries. So agroecology is not about producing crops and then whatever, or food, but it's all about the world view. It's all about people's life, their intention, their emotion, and their world outlook. And then even it cannot be interpreted even only in rational thinking. It has values beyond what you can see, what you can touch, and what you can feel. But it's about of course, values, including the spiritual values. So this shouldn't be undermined when you talk of agroecology. So these agroecological practices are more cost effective than purchasing chemical seed, and allow for continued adaptation for local varieties for many centuries. And then also they are helping to shifting environmental conditions. And wisdom and knowledge and practices into people's knowledge, those who have not yet gone to schools, but learn through experiences across generations, and their knowledge on agriculture, their insights should be integrated into policies. Unless otherwise we really give value on this, it's very difficult to talk about harmonization of seed laws and trade. In fact, practical research shows that, comparing the formal seed users and farmer managed systems based households, that since 2015 until 2021, the farmers seed users, the formal seed users, were in 2015 there were 40% of them, and the farmer variety seed users was 55%. But within 7 years until 2021, the formal seed users, in terms of their use of formal seeds, is increased only by 10%, but the other one increased by 20%. This shows that their interest still is in using of farmer seed varieties, and then also make use of whatever knowledge has been transmitted from their ancestors, and then included or embedded into their social, political, economy, and spiritual systems. So when it comes to pathways, according to what we see in terms of harmonization, we should really recognize farmer managed systems in policy. As I said, we have to align subsidies to support agroecology and embed indigenous knowledge in research and extension, and then create, of course, regional platforms for farmer voices. The East African communities, in terms of involvement in their government, they should embed agroecology in CADEP plans. Of course, all this needs financial, human, and technical expertise. And so donors also need to be convinced, need to be aligned with this kind of initiatives, which is community-led systems. Researchers also to integrate indigenous knowledge, and they give values not only with numericals, with graphs, of course, that are of course good to concretize information, but they should also need to give value for informal information and also insights. And also civil society organizations have to strengthen cross-border advocacy initiatives. So harmonizing policies for us is not about uniformity, but about recognizing the wisdom of communities in the perspective of ABN. So
thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Fasil. And you've ably responded to the question around what kind of harmonization and how we can achieve harmonization. And that and more is really very important, especially given the fact that farmers, smallholder farmers, are the victims here. And the next panelist is Miss Brenda Sakong from the Kenya National Farmers Federation. Given that smallholder farmers are the victims here, what are those experiences or concerns that farmers have been channeling to the Kenya National Farmers Federation, but also what are some of those realities that you believe need to be centered in the policy processes? Thank you so much. Over to you. You have 7 full minutes. You could come over here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Herbert, and good evening, everyone. My name is Brenda Sakong from the Kenya National Farmers Federation. So as mentioned by Herbert, we are a farmer organization, member-based, and our members are basically drawn from the smallholder farmers across the country. So our core mandate as a federation is lobby, advocacy, policy action, and farmer empowerment. And I would really like to appreciate that each of the speakers that has spoken before me has really mentioned the smallholder farmers. So we can all see the role that the farmers play in the food systems. And also, we've really seen how important the farmers are, particularly the smallholder farmers, who form 80% of the population. So basically, I really would like to appreciate this session. It's really speaking to what the Federation does, that is on policy issues, and it's so timely that it's important that we really talk about the issue of the policies and also, of course, the agroecology. And as mentioned earlier, that CADAP just mentions agroecology implicitly and talks about sustainable agriculture. So why is that so, and why are we not giving so much focus into that, and what can be done? So as a farmer organization, and as mentioned that our members are basically the farmers, which most of us really, if you talk to each one of us, you come from a farming family, you are a farmer, your neighbor is a farmer, or you've had the services from a farmer. Like today, I know we've all had something that generated, it came from the farm. So basically, we are all in here. So when it comes to agroecology, the farmers, particularly the smallholder farmers, they are the custodian of the traditional knowledge. It's not that agroecology does not exist. Those farmers have the knowledge. They know about the local ecosystems, and of course, the adaptive practices that is required. Also, the farmers, they have direct experience when it comes to soil health, when it comes to water harvesting, when it comes to water conservation, when it comes to pest management and all that. So it's very important to get the farmers' knowledge when they are coming with these interventions and also the policies. Also, as a farmer organization, our membership is drawn from all the 47 counties in Kenya. So we normally have the grassroots level. In Kenya, agriculture is devolved function. As a devolved function, we also devolved our functions to the grassroots level. And at the grassroots level, really farmers are really, they have that urge to also contribute to policy-making processes. And we've really made it possible for them to participate by engaging them and also capacity building them on the policy-making processes at the county level, what is happening at the county, what are they supposed to do, how can they participate in the policy-making formulation. So really, farmers, through their participation when it comes to policy-making, they are going to ensure that their contribution and also their regional agricultural frameworks really reflect the real challenges at the ground level, or rather at the grassroots level. The farmers face a lot of challenges: climate change, access to the market, there is post-harvest losses. So they're really struggling. The farmers are really struggling. Sometimes they're just, at some point, they're now staying at the subsistence level for a very long time because now they cannot even get that. We are even talking about the food security at this point. We are not even talking about the agribusiness, or rather the business aspect of it. So when it comes to that now, farmer organizations like the Kenya National Farmers Federation really come in handy to make sure that the farmers, we may not get to the individual farmers, but we can get it through the farmer organizations, which is at this point the Kenya National Farmers Federation. Oh, sorry. So as KENAF now, we also recognize agroecology as a pathway to really climate resilient and sustainable farming. And we do a number of farmer empowerment. We also participate in policy making sessions at the at the county level and also at the national level, at the regional level and at the international level, where as a federation we are also part of several committees, that policy making committees and also technical steering committees. Just to reiterate that the farmer organization, we really need to recognize the role of farmer organizations. We also ensure that in as much as we talk about the agroecology, we're also looking at the access to land, the access to seeds, access to markets, and also the decision-making spaces by the farmers, which are also central to the sustainable agri-food systems. So talking to CADIP, we really appreciate, yes, that CADIP is looking at the agri-food systems, and also looking at inclusivity. It's talking about inclusivity, but really inclusivity cannot just be symbolic. It must be real, and it must be measurable and also enforceable. And as mentioned that when smallholder farmers, this was brought out by Nyambura. She talked about women and youth. She talked about inclusivity and gender, all that. So they also remain excluded from the policy table. So that will really undermine the foundation of CADIP. So we should ensure that there is inclusivity, because we cannot really have poverty. We cannot even build resilience, and also we cannot achieve food sovereignty if the farmer's voice is still absent on the discussions. So agroecology should not just be a set of practices, but it should be actioned really, so that we achieve the objectives of CADIP. So at this point, I would say that things must really change, and farmer organization at this point, KENAF, we are really here to ensure that the voices of farmers are no longer ignored, because nothing about farmers really should ever be decided without farmers. So the farmers are ready, farmer organization is ready, but we really need to be also involved in the policy making processes. And we should also invest in agroecology. We should really mainstream it. Agroecology is not just an option, and also it's also upon us also, it's also important to strengthen the farmer organization at the national level, at the regional level, and at the global level, to ensure that we also continue bridging this gap when it comes to policy making. So in the closing, I would like to say that the voice of farmer organization is the voice of Africa and food systems, and important to note that harmonizing the policies must go hand in hand with harmonizing with the farmers' realities. To reiterate again that nothing about farmers happens without farmers, and the future of African agriculture will be shaped by the farmers' hands, and also strengthened by the policies that listen to the voice of the farmers. Thank you so much.
Comrades, a better round of applause. She deserves it. Thank you so much. She ended on a very strong and loud note. that nothing for farmers without farmers. And she actually started by asking us a question, whether we had lunch. In fact, she was alluding to the fact that our survival depends on farmers, and that's the reality. So when we talk about policy initiatives, we cannot continue having conversations that are policy-oriented without the main rights holders, the smallholder farmers, who constitute the majority of the population, nearly 80%. I think that cannot be overemphasized. And they do amazing work at the Kenya National Farmers Federation. And of course, she alluded to the fact that the national farmers organizations need to be strengthened in order to even do much more work that they continue to do. And I cannot overemphasize that. But I would like now to invite two reactions, contributions from the audience, from you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I know time is really running out because we have another session and would like to close this, but I would like to start with the President. Comrade is bringing the microphone to you. Gender balance, please.
First, I'd like to say thanks to those all who present. I know it's a very interesting subject, but of course, so many presenters, it may be shaping. But I just want to make a general statement that if we talk about integration of East African citizens to be people-centered, one of the best pillars that will ease that integration is food security. A hungry EAC will never be a progressive EAC. And what is disturbing me is that, of course, this have linked with the tariffs. You come to realize one member state of EAC is highly producing, the farmers are producing food, they're lacking money, market, and one member have a market. Unfortunately, the flow of trade with regard to agricultural produce in EAC is really being tied down. I don't want to go for those things of indigenous and the rest and all that, but for me, really, agriculture is one of the sectors that we need to focus on. Even whatever we talk about human rights, about peace, if we neglect agriculture, we're neglecting the integration of East African citizens. So that's something that I'd like to be really keen to speak to, and of course, this link us with the climate. So it's something very interesting that we need to focus on it, and something that please, Tini, take it up. And I wish that we should have such discussions, not only linked to the summit, we should have it throughout the year and keep on pushing our policymakers and our decision makers to really listen to our voices. Thank you.
So much, Mr. President, for underscoring the importance of the agriculture sector, but also connecting it to the EAC regional integration, given its importance. And we take that seriously. We will do some research so that when we engage the East African Legislative Assembly around the review of the EAC Treaty, agriculture will be central to the package of policy recommendations that we will forward to the IALA and the EAC Secretariat. Thank you so much. Of course, you made a very powerful statement, and hungry EAC will not be a comprehensive EAC. I think that's strong and loud enough. One more, gender balance. Could we take just a minute, the four of you, and we close it, just a minute each. Thank you. Please go on.
Hello, everyone. So my question is regarding the food security. We've really talked about agroecology and how it should be adapted into the East African community. But how do we counter the problem of comparative advantage? Because that was one of the reasons why EAC collapsed in 1977, because most East African communities produce the same goods, so they lack the comparative advantage to engage in trade fully. So as we discuss in the topic of agroecology, what can be done so that we maximize on the advantage of comparative advantage so that it can work for the benefit of East Africa as a whole?
Thank you so much. The question will be well responded to. I've jotted it down and I know the speakers have also done so. Thank you. We could go to the two comrades and we close.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a comment. I support the idea of the idea of the president of EXOF. That's true. We have to have a people without hungry. That the second one also within the East African community, we have what we call one people, one destiny, and we have to move together. And moving together, it requires, of course, harmonization. Harmonization does mean uniformity. No. And as the last presenter mentioned, in Kenya, 80% of the population is farmers. We have to deal with also democracy. The majority of the people, we cannot do whatever without being that philosophy. So agroecology is based on principles and standards. Of course, as I mentioned before my first intervention, when I said it is very important and critical to sensitize our people, the awareness, that is very important. The civil society organization, what may be to support the government, is that awareness is very critical. Whatever we can do, those legal framework, that harmonization, we have to take into consideration the point of view, what people think, and to achieve that, we have to make people aware of whatever you are doing for them. That is very important. And the other thing is to invest. Once it's done, you have to invest, because without that, the hunger will not allow us to fulfill our mission of integration, full integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, comrade. We're going to have the last two comrades. Let's have her, then lastly you, and we close that. We get back to the speakers. Of course, he emphasized awareness. Awareness, it cannot be overemphasized. It's important. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Lurit Yugusuk. Thank you for the submissions you've had and the conversation we've had as well. My question is, within this conversation, when we listen to government and the private sector, their goals, how they end up explaining this whole process is mostly economic and business driven, right? But when we look at civil society, trade unions, agricultural representatives, farmer federations, and any other entities, the conversation is heavily centered around the social, environmental, equity implications, and even beyond that, the idea of human rights being very important in this conversation. So how exactly do we balance these two perspectives without one overriding the other at any point whatsoever, but trying to ensure that they are running concurrently, or at any point, if one should cancel out the other, how exactly would we go about that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Lurit. Lastly?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the floor. My name is Justin Lukonge from DRC, but I have one comment and a question, just for 1 minute. My comment is this. When we are talking about the food security, it means we are talking about both quantity and quality. But I have heard only things that concerns quantity of food and whatever, but I didn't hear something about the quality of the food. Because, you know, even if we have food, but without quality, it is not very useful. So for me, we should also focus on the quality. Speaking of quality, what do I mean? I mean, for example, to see the local solution to increase production, but keeping the quality. It means we can use the fertilizers, for example, that they can help us to increase production, but keeping also the quality. Yeah, this is what just about my points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, comrade. I kindly request that we take the microphone back to, okay, just 1 minute, please. Let's restrict it to 1 minute, and then we'll take back the microphone to the speakers.
Thank you very much for the floor. My name is Uchumi Emerance, the chair of National Women's Forum, Burundi. It's just a short one about data. When you want to do harmonization of policies, you have you have to have data for each country. So we need first do survey to know the situation on each country. That's the first one. The second, everybody among the presenters have raised the issue of climate change. If you look on the projection up to 2050, you may cry if you look at the situation we will face for those who will be in life at that time, because the impact of the climate change is very terrible. Then, as my fellow from Burundi and others have raised, people must be sensitized on the consequence of this climate change, and to be aware on that and try to show them how to face on that the impact of the consequence of the climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those very interesting questions. Of course, they speak to one fact. We've been paying attention and we're interested in the discussion. And back to the speakers, but of course, I know not all the speakers might be interested in responding to the questions. And because of the interest of time, I would like to first, before I call upon Ms. Ruth Nyambura, Ms. Jen Nalunga, and Ms. Brenda Sakong to respond briefly, each in 1 minute or 1 minute and a half. But I would like now to first thank Dr. Fasil. He had indicated to me that he will be going for another engagement, to thank him for joining us for this very, very insightful discussion. And we appreciate all the insights that he has shared and the recommendations that he has put forward. We will engage moving forward to implement some of the recommendations within our reach, but also forward the rest to other regional bodies for their action. So over to you, Ms. Ruth Nyambura.
Just very briefly, so first of all, thank you for all the reflections. I felt that it was more of reflections than questions, and of course, thank you to my fellow panelists and Siatini for organizing this. Maybe there's just one question that I would like to address. The lady who asked the question around the fact that it seems that the private sector and the governments or the state are on one side and civil society organizations are on the other side. And I'll go back to something I said when I was presenting. The naturalization of a corporate agenda with state agenda, or state agenda with corporate agenda. So going back to the history that I've just given of 50 years of the almost complete dismantling of state capacity to be able to meaningfully intervene in the agricultural sector, not just in the East African community, but across the continent. Also the same thing around education. Those of us who are in Kenya know about the big debate around healthcare, which seems it's a ploy to privatize the health system. So first of all, I want to debunk that. It's not that the state has the same agenda as the private sector. But when you dismantle state capacity and state infrastructure, what happens is that the private sector, transnational capital, is able to step in and basically direct state policy. So what seems very naturalized as this idea has come from, and I know here I've seen that there are quite a number of participants from the East African community of the East African Legislative Assembly. Those of us who are in civil society will tell you that we have transnational corporations actively writing, lobbying to write our legislation. So we need to first of all debunk that. Second thing is that once we've done that debunking, we need to ask ourselves, what forms of development do we actually need? For us, for smallholder farmers, for rural Africans, right? For the youth, for women. And this is me going back to what I was saying, that we can't just take things and policies and frameworks at face value because something around the fact that it's been written, we are going to bring in 10,000 young people or 10,000 women in a value chain. Great, that seems great, right? But when you look deeply at the politics of value chain integration, without addressing asymmetries of power around labor conditions, right? Around trade relations. Trade continues to remain a problematic. In fact, the speaker who spoke about comparative advantage, I really just want to say, first of all, the history you're giving is, we can talk about that later, because the East African community does not fail because of the issue of comparative advantage. And comparative advantage is a theory that has already been debunked by many scholars from the global South, because it fails to account for asymmetries of power and the histories of, especially North-South relations of trade and so on and so forth. But we have to go back and ask ourselves, what forms of development do we need in the East African community? Is it for the people? Is it to open up our spaces, our seeds, our resources for a monopoly based in the global North? Or is it to build the capacities of the people to provide food security and food sovereignty? Because as the first speaker who said, it's true, a hungry people cannot do anything. That is it is a crisis that this continent with such productive land, young, energetic people, that people are starving in Africa. It is actually, to me, I consider it actually a sin if I could elevate it to that level. So let's actually focus on what development agenda works for us, not what development agenda works in the context of opening up the continent for further exploitation. Of course, we are not saying that we don't want the private sector, but as I finish off, I'll say what I said in my presentation. The private sector must be subordinate to the public sector, because the state is accountable to the people. The state cannot and should not be accountable to the profits that the international private sector wants to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ruth Nyambura, for those wonderful final thoughts and insights. Of course, I would like to emphasize that the state cannot relegate its role to the private sector. And that cannot really be even overemphasized in the context of this discussion, given that we've already seen that the private sector has failed to deliver its profits, not life or any social benefits. And to Ms. Brenda Sakong, any final thoughts in a minute or two? Can I help?
Thank you so much for your contributions. And really, mine is a comment, and also I would add to what Nyambura has mentioned, that she's talking about comparative advantage, and she's mentioned that we should look at the power relations. And I would really like to also add that at what point do we really involve the CSOs in policy making? Do we have the intentional structures as we come up with policy so that we remove that barrier, or rather we bridge the gap when it comes to, and also remove really we don't have that conflict between the CSOs and the government, so that we don't appear like we are fighting. Because at the end of the day, we all have we are all working towards the common good, I believe. So we also need to have a policy co-creation between the CSOs and also the duty bearers in this point with the government. Secondly, I would like to agree with one of the speakers who said that we are looking at the food security, not really the quantity of food only, but we are looking at the quality of food. And in my mind, I was thinking at the food system approach, where we are looking at, we are providing sufficient food without compromising the environmental and the social aspect of the food system. So, and also I agree that it's our role as a civil society to really create awareness and sensitize the masses on the existing policies and their roles. And also, it's our role to also simplify. When we talk about the policy, sometimes we are talking about the technical terms, but we have that farmer at the grassroots level who really requires that simplification of the concept. And I would give an example. One time we were talking about the CIDP, the County Integration Development Plan. And then we were talking about the budget cycle at the county level, and some of the farmers in one of the grassroots engagement was wondering, what are we talking about when we are talking even about the CADIP? What are we talking about? So basically, it's also our role to also, in the process of sensitization, it's our role also to simplify. And as we simplify also, we take the simplified terms from the farmers to also to the policy level. So we really have a role to play when it comes to that, bridging that gap between the policy at the technical level and at the implementation level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brenda Sakong, for the emphasis on the issue of awareness, demystification of information, because policy issues are sophisticated issues. So the need to simplify them to the level of the farmers cannot be overstated. Over to you, Ms. Jenna Lunga.
Thank you so much for all those comments, very, very good comments coming in. I just want to make two comments. The President raised the issue of trade, which is really, really important. Trade is very critical to ensure that food moves. That means that we need to address a number of issues which impede trade. Issues around access to fair markets, the price of the goods, how much the small-scale producers selling their food, and also the non-trade barriers, you know, where you take your maize and Kenya says today don't bring your maize, you know, issues of standards. So we need to address that. Lastly, I want to add my voice to the whole issue around the corporate agenda. We need to make sure that our states, our governments have the capacity to regulate in the public interest, to be able to regulate the corporations in our interests, to protect our interests and to protect the rights of the environment. That's really, really critical. We are where we are because our states are very weak. The corporations have taken over. So we need to reverse that state of affairs. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for patiently participating and being here in our conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jenna Lunga. Of course, we now know why we are where we are. And to the rest of the speakers, a round of applause to all the speakers. Thank you so much. Of course, we have mastered how to, give applause to those that spare their time to share with us insights. I would like to thank you all for being active and, staying throughout this session with us. Thank you so much. A round of applause to all of you. Thank you so much. Of course, you will all agree with me that we had such a wonderful session, very engaging. And lastly, as I conclude, It's important to note that this discussion that we just had is not only about policy alignment, but it's about reimagining a just, sovereign, and climate resilient food system for East Africa. And of course, our collective challenge is to move from policy intent to implementation, ensuring that agroecology is not marginalized but mainstreamed in ESC and CADAP processes. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of the week. A luta continua.
Waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil...
Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. Our sessions are practically over, but there is tea outside. But tomorrow we'll be convening at 8 to begin the sessions. Thank you and have a lovely evening.
As guest speakers, the presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.
The moment we've been waiting for is finally here.
Habari East Africa. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for the civil society organizations in East Africa region. I'm honored to invite you to the 3rd East African Summit that is scheduled to take place from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025 at Movenpick Residence Hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. This year's summit will revolve around the sub-theme on innovating regional integration, on advancing governance, economic growth, and social inclusion in the digital age. We are privileged to welcome the civil society organizations, the East African community leadership, government representatives from across the East Africa region, development partners, academia, media representatives, private sector, and globally recognized digital and governance experts as guest speakers. The presence reflects the summit's strong commitment to ensuring that innovation is not only celebrated, but meaningfully connected to the inclusive government and citizen participation. The 2025 East African Civil Society Summit is a call to action. It's a call to governments, the East African leadership, civil society, private sector, development partners, the media, and the citizen to engage seriously on the future of the East African Community region. For the summit to succeed, we need more than presence. We need commitment from the regional leadership and stakeholders. We invite all those committed to the integration to be a part of this journey. Let the 2025 summit be a place where vision meets action and where East Africans shape not just policies, but the future we want all together in the East African Community region. Karibu CSO Summit, Karibu East Africa, Karibu Nairobi, Kenya.